Okay, folks, we're going to give this a shot. Oh, sorry. Hey, everyone, Rick here. And normally I would say, let's wait and see if we can get a few people in here before we start this. But honestly, this is the first time that I have ever gone live. So I don't know what to expect here. This is going to be pretty crazy. So, even if you're watching this after the fact, definitely, you don't have to stay for the entire thing. This may end up being super long. I don't know exactly how long this is going to be because there are over 1,100 miniatures that we have got to unbox. And I'm inexperienced. I've unboxed a lot of figures before, but nothing to the extent of this. Hey guys, I see you commenting. Thank you so much for joining. No, in fact, these are not Reaper figs. These are Alternative Armies. And they're not pre-paints. A team of Scottish artisans painted these figures for me. And if you're asking yourselves, how in the world did I, because this package came in, I don't know, around noon or so today, and so this is 6:32 p.m. Central Time here in the States, and it's one of those situations where it's like, how in the world was I able to like not unbox this already and hold off for 6 hours or whatever? Well, the answer is I did peek. I'll be honest, I peaked. Yes, it was an absolutely gargantuan commission, the largest commission I've ever had by far. But this is not the first commission that I've done with these folks, which is why I trusted them to, handle this large of a project. But anyway, I did peak earlier. Oh my gosh, you guys, we are in for something special. But no, I had to get through the workday, working from home. I could not be distracted. I have this light box, which I was going to, put some figures under and hold them and stuff, but I just don't know. Maybe later. We're probably going to end up needing this entire counter. So just kind of setting things up here a little bit. If the background music is too loud, just let me know. But all right, folks, here we go. Okay, so as you can see, we have a huge box. I mean, just wait until you see how many figures are in here. It's absolutely insane. Hopefully this isn't too zoomed out. I'll hold up, the figures as we unbox them. Should we do this one first? Okay, let's hold off on that one. You guys, there's endless amounts of these boxes. It's insane. Okay, are you ready? This is box number one. Again, now, and I'm sorry for the short notice on this live session. I didn't know when these would get here because, I'm in Nebraska here in the States. These folks are in the UK. Honestly, they shipped them out on Friday. They were supposed to be here Monday. Can you believe that? That's insane. But they did get held up over here on our side of the pond in customs for a little bit. But still not bad, right? Less than a week. So yeah, here we go. Box number one. Look at how well they package these. I mean, inside of a huge shipping box, individual boxes, and all the figures are in bubble wrap. Now, there's so many figures and they're so small. They're 15 millimeter. I mean, they're not absolutely tiny, but here we go. Are you ready? Now, some of these I've already, like this box, I've already kind of peeked at. So if you're like, oh my gosh, look at how jumbled up all the figures are, that's kind of my fault. But let's take a look at these. Oh my gosh, holy cow. Hopefully in this live view, I don't know how well it'll focus, but we have a couple swordsmen here. What I should have done was, no, I won't. Well, you know what? Maybe I will. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab wanted to grab this manifest of all the figures because, yeah, even this was 6 months. Oh, that's right. By the way, this was 6 months in the making. Commissioned these in mid-April, so you can imagine how relieved I am to finally have them here. But yeah, even I may have some trouble identifying who's who. I made these little stat cards for every single different kind of figure in the army. And I mean, look at that. It's just endless piles and piles of these. So I can use those as a reference if I'm not sure what a particular figure is. So like, for example, these figures here are, I don't think they're actually swordsmen. These are unit commanders, I believe. And there's two different armies here. There is the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse and the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice. Now, the Regal Guard are going to be figures in bright colors, whereas the Lunar Knights are going to be in darker colors, in purples and blacks and reds. All right, here we go. Look at this guy. So this is a standard bearer. Now, for these guys, their icon is the crescent moon. So that's why they have it painted on there. Now, for the standard bearers, I actually had them paint the different kind of weapon on the flag that the bearer would be used for. So this guy would be in a company of, 6 figures. And if it was a unit of archers, he would have like a bow and arrow on his flag. So these standard bearers that just have a crescent moon on them, it's just a generic bearer. And I commissioned several of these generic bearers in case I wanted to add in other figures. Because like I said, I've commissioned from them before 15 millimeter Alternative Armies figures. So if I had another unit of spearmen or something, then I could pop one of these generic standard bearers in the unit with them, and it would end up working perfectly. So again, there's a whole bunch, because the commission that I did wasn't just for individual figures, but like this kind of standard bearer guy, he came in a pack with like a kind of a command, where you have like an officer, a flag bearer, things like that in the same pack. So then a lot of the standard bearers came with these kind of unit commanders. I'm pretty sure that's what these are. So there's going to be a whole bunch of these. And I'm already crowding the counter, which is going to be a bad thing. Oh my gosh. Look at this one with an axe on the shield. Still the crescent, I'm sorry, on the flag. Crescent moon still on the shield, but an axe. Oh my gosh. Or a halberd, actually, I think that is. Because, yeah, there's axemen as well as halberdiers. So this is a standard bearer for halberdiers of the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. Oh my gosh. I know it's probably, unfortunately, hard to kind of see, because it looks like in this live mode, the resolution's not that good. I don't know if there's even a way for me to change that. Yes. And sorry if I miss any questions, but yes, this is absolutely for a custom game of mine. Battlefields of Mana. And that's one of the things that I'm gonna like maybe put out a poll later to see, because obviously with 1,100 figures and finally coming in, I can finally start doing battle reports, rules overviews, closer inspections of each unit and how they act in the game. I already set up another YouTube channel. No content on that one yet, though. But I wanted to gauge whether that was necessary, whether people would be okay flooding my main channel with, Battlefields of Mana content, or maybe keep that separate in its own thing. So, yeah. Different factions, possibly. I mean, there's two main factions here, plus a third, kind of a bandit faction, plus a whole variety of mercenaries that any of the factions can draw units from. Which there's a very, actually, I have to, I mean, I'm not tooting my own horn or anything, but it's a very clever mechanism for how, a player might, during the course of a campaign, be able to, be eligible to pull units from those mercenary units. Folks, look at these axemen. Oh my gosh. The sculpts of the figures themselves, and again, these are 15 millimeters, so they're not very big, but Alternative Armies does a fantastic job with their sculpts. I mean, they're very clean, a lot of detail. Just looking at it through the camera here, I don't know how much detail you can pick up, but these are axemen. Now, so for example, I'm going to be redoing, oh, come on, where is the stat card for the axemen at? Because again, we have these stat cards, and I just took the generic picture of the figure off of the website when I made these unit cards. But that's why I have this light box, because I'm going to be taking, my own pictures of their custom color scheme and redoing all of these unit cards. But here, wherever, hopefully, here we go, an axeman. So, both player factions have all the same types of units. However, they're all different sculpts and they're all different color schemes, obviously. So a lunar eclipse axeman is going to look different from a golden solstice axeman. So, for example, oh, nice. Yeah, this light box looks, I mean, oh my gosh, I already took a couple test pictures of some of my other stuff with it. Oh, it's just so nice. It makes the pictures look so crisp. But here's an example. I don't even know if you can read this with the low resolution of this, but so these are both stat cards for axemen. So they're both axemen. Here's the lunar eclipse axeman. Here's the golden solstice axeman. So as you can see, not only different color schemes, but different sculpts as well to tell them apart on the battlefield. But look, here we go. So that is how like just the generic picture of the axeman looked on the website. But here is the axeman in real life. And I had them do the bases green. Folks, when I was like, this is like my dream commission. And that's something that I absolutely wanted to do was have everything be kind of, because I'm like harking back to like 90s Warhammer Fantasy with these bases. I always loved the green bases. But yeah, so you can kind of see how that is. So I'm going to be taking a new picture of this guy and then creating a new stat card. Right, I know, 15 millimeter fantasy. I love little figures like this. Yes, there will absolutely be monsters. I gotta pick up the pace here because we have 1,100 figures, and I have no clue how long this is gonna take. But you know how I ramble and ramble, so. Oh my gosh, this is going to take all night. Saw someone mention something about these unit cards, if they fit on a standard playing card. When I redo them, that's the goal. I want them to be this way, vertical, and be like a Magic the Gathering size card. Because I think that'll be a little handier. I could even put them in sleeves if I wanted to, but I just laminated paper for these. And then I am having a huge display case coming where I'm going to display all these, and I'm going to have little acrylic stands, and I can pop the name tag cards in there. So on each shelf will be the figures and a little stand with their unit card. So yeah, it's going to end up looking really cool, and I'll definitely do a more detailed video. Of course, there's going to be, oh my gosh, you guys, there's going to be so much content for this. Okay, so here we go. This is a Bidower. Oh my gosh. Now, one of the things that absolutely impresses me is, I mean, the spear, the polearm that they're using is slightly bent. But can you believe this? I mean, this is the way it's been in every Alternative Armies commission I've ever done. All the way from the UK to here in Nebraska, the figures arrive relatively unscathed. You are going to have some of these where the spear is bent, very, easy to just kind of fix that, some banners and stuff. So it's not going to be a problem at all to kind of reshape those. But I mean, if a couple bent lances and spears is all we're dealing with here, I'd say that's pretty darn good. Okay, let's keep moving. In this first box, there's a ton of these. Oh my gosh. These are unit commanders. So everyone's going to have, a force that they lead with a warlord, but in each unit, and this will make more sense as I continue to do videos on this, but you can also have like sergeants, like in Warhammer 40K or Warhammer Fantasy, there was the option to like upgrade one of the figures into a champion or whatever, where they're not like a named hero, they're not a named character, they're just kind of an upgraded infantryman that you can include in the unit. So that's what these are. There's a whole pile of these. And I'll be honest, oh my gosh, I should have printed off a checklist. This is how unorganized I am, and this is on a daily basis. I should have printed off a checklist to see where we were because, oh my gosh, there's going to be so many figures here. Okay, so there is 11 of those already. Here's 2 more, and I probably won't keep showing off the same ones all the time but people filter in and out of these kind of videos, so someone who shows up in 5 minutes may not have seen some of those. But so far we have a bunch of unit commanders. We have a couple banner bearers for the, God, what are they? Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. We have a couple axemen from the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. We have some Bidowers. I'm pretty sure those Bidowers are also from the Obsidian Eclipse unit. I swear, I'm not going to like poke through this the entire time. Okay, look at this. Here's Bidowers, but I'm pretty sure that style of Bidower is for the Regal Guard. So, yeah, here we go. Here we go. So this kind of a Bidower it matches this one. And so that is, yep, Lunar Eclipse Bidower. Oh my gosh. You guys want to see what's in this box real fast? Oh my gosh, this is amazing. And this is what brings this game to life. Oh my gosh. There's just packs and packs of these bubble wrapped things in this box. And what are they all? They're all this. This is a custom movement tray because in Battlefields of Mana, each unit is 6 figures. Now, if you add a unit commander, if you add a champion or a special character, there's some mercenaries who are just single figures you can add to a unit. It may expand the unit beyond 6 figures, but by default, they're 6 figures, and moving them around on these trays, I mean, they're flocked and based so nicely and painted, of course, edged with the green paint. Now, this is a cavalry one, and we'll look at these cavalry in just a second, but they hold 6 cavalry figures, so you can move them around. Of course, the one in the middle will be the standard bearer, and we'll look at some cavalry standard bearers in a second, but they'll be going like this. Oh my gosh, how handsome does that look? That looks so amazing. So yeah, there's going to be infantry ones as well, but I believe this entire box, I mean, this tells you how many units there are going to be. I'm pretty sure this entire box is nothing but cavalry bases. Oh man, I'm sorry. And don't feel bad if you have to leave or whatever, because this could go on all night. We're already at 20 minutes and I've unboxed like 30 figures out of 1,100. Oh my gosh. But of course, a lot of these are going to be the same. So here's a whole bunch. We just dipped our toe into the waters of Bidowers. Oh my gosh. Look at all these Bidowers. And these are all Bidowers for the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. So again, a little bendage on some of the spears, but oh, how freaking awesome is that? So the color scheme for the Bidowers is like this violet purple. I mean, when you see them all ranked up, the lunar eclipse knights are all kind of twilight, purples, blacks, blues. I just freaking love it. Because, I don't want to just say, okay, the Obsidian Eclipse Knights are the bad guys. I just wanted a really colorful army and a really kind of dark army. And, the players can decide for themselves how they end up going. All right, here's some more Bidowers. Oh my gosh. Can you believe this? Some of these spears look absolutely awesome. Not hardly bent at all. And again, this is from all the way in the UK to here in Nebraska. Can you believe it? These little guys survived that entire way. So what else? Oh my gosh, here we go. Oh, we're about to get into crossbowmen. Here's another Bidower with a kind of a little bent pole arm, but oh my gosh. I don't know how it looks to you guys, but through the live camera, the resolution looks meh. You know what? I wonder if it's... Oh, I don't even know if I want to mess with it right now, but I'm not hooked to my Wi-Fi. I wonder if I would have connected to my Wi-Fi first. I'm just using my phone's data. Oh, gross. I probably should have fixed that before we went live, but okay. All right. Anyway, we'll make do. Look at this one. Here is another infantry banner bearer, standard bearer. I don't know how well you can see that, but it's a bow and arrow. Oh my gosh. Isn't that something? God, is that what I'm at? Is 720p? Oh, fantastic. Yep, that's a darn shame. I should have, I was just in such a, I just got all these and I was like, man, I want to go live. I really didn't do much preparation. Oh my gosh, can you already kind of see the figures? I mean, we're talking, what are we talking here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, maybe almost 40 figures out of 1,100. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be doing this till 1 a.m. Okay, here's some crossbowmen. These are crossbowmen for the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse, and the reason I can tell that is because it is chainmail and like purple violet tunics, and cannot get enough of those. So here we go again. And I think it looks like that's what the whole rest of the top of this box. And I don't know how many boxes there are. 15 of these boxes we have to go through. Oh my gosh. You know what? Yep, Brain, you are absolutely right. Ratsack, hello, how are you? It was all a commission, my dream commission to, I love playing miniatures battles games, and I love I've always I'll collect figures and then I'll come up with my own rules for them. And this game, Battlefields of Mana, oh my gosh, it was like a culmination of every rule set that I've ever done. And look at those guys. So I wanted to do a huge commission with for figures for everyone. So, because I'll admit, some of you guys out there have game groups that I am so envious of, where you're all into it. And a lot of miniatures battles games are what they call lifestyle games, where it's not like a board game where you can just invite some friends over and play it. It's like a game that you have to have learned the rules for. And yes, yep, you got that right. Dwarven Forge Dungeon. Check out the channel. There's my amazing Dwarven Forge Dungeon out there, which was fantastic. But anyway, so yeah. So my friends, I love them to death. They'll play anything that I sit down in front of them, but they're not going to collect it themselves. They're not going to read a rule book that's more than 2 pages double-sided. They're not going to collect the figures. So it's basically me. I have to provide all the figures and everything for them and then teach them the rules and stuff. So yeah, that's why I got so much, because I know, Tony, your DBA videos are give me life, seriously. Leonardo, hello, how are you? Oh my gosh, yeah, 1100 figures we're going to be looking at. So yeah, so anyways, yeah, that's exactly what the struggle is for me. I have to do the providing of all the figures and everything, and so I commissioned a huge force, every different potential unit type that someone might want in Battlefields of Mana. Thank you, Leonardo. Greetings to you as well. I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm doing exceptionally well now that these got here. Oh my gosh, when the I had kind of a struggle with the customs because it was supposed to be here Monday. Monday came, and all the tracking said was import scan Tuesday, import scan Wednesday. They reached out to me, and because the value of this commission on the invoice was so, you know, so exceedingly much, I ended up having to like provide them some personal info to get it released. Oh my gosh, you guys, at the bottom of this box, all of this right here are banner bearers. Look at, oh my gosh, get ready for this. This is going to be amazing. So here's another banner bearer, and again, the crescent moon. So that's their symbol, is the crescent moon. And again, these generic banner bearers without a specific weapon type on the flag are just used so I could bring in outside figures, and so you'd still be able to know that this unit still belonged to the Obsidian Eclipse army because it had their banner bearer. Okay, but anyway, so these look so good. Oh my gosh, I honestly can't tell. Some of these look so good that I was like, they have to be decals, but no, I think they actually are hand painted. Look at this. Oh my gosh, I wish the resolution on this was better, because the lines that burst out from this sun, because this is a golden solstice standard bearer. So it's a generic one, just like the crescent moon one. And oh, holy cow, that just looks so amazing. But nothing compared to some of these. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Inori. Oh, how I wish the resolution was better so you could see the shield that was on that flag. Holy cow. I don't know how in the world. I mean, I've seen Tony Aguilar paint, and he's, oh my gosh, I could watch him paint forever, and the detail work he does. But so I just can't, even fathom doing it myself. But look at this. This is like a griffin or something on that flag. Thank you so much, Tim. I greatly appreciate that. This is like a little griffin. Oh, how I wish you could see, because through my view, looking through my phone at this, it looks so grainy. I can't really make out much detail. Oh, but it looks amazing. But there's so many. Because I said every different type of unit has a different flag. So for example, this is a flail. And the way they actually did the flail is amazing. Brain, I was actually thinking about doing that. You think I should? I very well may actually end up doing that. Dave, I'm not sure. I would not be surprised if in medieval lore that was a real thing. Okay, Ratsack, thank you so much. Let me just get through this box and then we'll reassess. Okay, look at this. This is absolutely insane. Look at this crossbow. And honestly, this doesn't do it justice because there's way more detail on this crossbow than I think you might be able to see, but it's like, are you kidding me? At first I thought that was a decal. So we have the crossbowman here. So we actually have one full unit. Let me bring it up in my hand. This is exactly what a 6-man unit in Battlefields of Mana would look like. Is this, of course, not on my hand, but on one of the movement trays, not the cavalry ones that are in this box, but the infantry one. So there'd be 6 crossbowmen with their crossbowman standard bearer. And why is that the case? It would be because if the unit was taken down to a single man, you always remove the standard bearer last. And that's so you can identify what the unit was and who it belonged to. So I had them paint the weapon of the unit on the banner bearer. So there's banner bearers for all the different kinds of units in the game. Oh my gosh. And this box at the bottom here is full of nothing but banner bearers. Oh my good Lord. And we've seen some of these before. Here's another sun. Here's another griffin. Oh my gosh. Oh. And I mean, you imagine 1,100 figures. You're not going to have them all on the table at the same time. But I mean, hey, why not? Maybe if you do like an epic Battlefields of Mana game, but even then, I mean, the only reason I have so many figures is because there's just so many. Again, each one of these cards is a different type of unit that you can add to your army. Each one has a different cost. And I mean, look at this. It just goes on and on and on. And that's just the core units. Then we also have a whole list of mercenary units, trolls, owl bears. Oh my gosh. Anyways, I keep getting distracted. I keep distracting myself. Okay, so here's some more banner bears. Again, the flail. Oh my gosh, can you believe it? And another shield. Nori, no, this is Battlefields of Mana. It is a game that I came up with myself. I've been just during the course of this quarantine, I will sit and watch YouTube and roll dice because I'm constantly rolling dice to balance the units, and we're there. Oh my gosh, we were there a while ago, and then it was just a waiting game for the figures. So now they're here. Oh my gosh. And this is not all of the banner bearers either, because there's like, oh my gosh, I can't even tell you how many different banner bearers there are. But it's just awesome. So more banner bearers for flail knights, another banner bearer with a shield on it. And again, I should have taken notes. I should have printed out my commission sheet. Yeah, the dice. No. It's actually not. The dice game I was doing was more of a dungeon crawl, and that one didn't even require miniatures. Well, actually, unless you're referring to, I do have a couple videos up for Battlefields of Mana test combats, where I kind of rolled some dice playing for either side. And so if you're referring to that, then yes, that is the case. Here's some more banner bears. But I should have printed off my commission sheet, because on that sheet I said, okay, I need X number of banners with this symbol, X number of banners with this symbol. And because I'll be brutally honest, I'm not entirely sure what the shield symbol's for. I'm pretty sure it's for my men-at-arms, because they have shields, and I didn't want to just do a sword because I have swordsmen who have a banner with a sword on it already. Here's some more Obsidian Eclipse. The Monarchy of the Obsidian Eclipse. Some more banner bears. Again, Crescent Moon for the generic forces. And here's another halberd for the halberdiers. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. And this is just, I will be doing so many more detailed videos, not live, so I can really edit them and, get up close and do really crisp, clear shots of everything. So don't worry if it's kind of hard for you to see some details here and now. Look at that crossbow. Oh my gosh. Because, yeah, I'll definitely be doing some more, way more detailed videos because these guys absolutely deserve it. Oh my gosh, how many figures was in this one box? Oh my goodness. We are at 35 minutes. I know, right? Oh, that's another thing. I was actually thinking about putting like a white tablecloth or a white bedspread or something over the island because, yeah. Can you even tell there's like 50 figures sitting there? All right, here are the last three banners. A bow and arrow. Have we seen just a bow and arrow yet? We may have, but oh, you guys, if you could see this. Probably looks like a white smudge here, but oh, it just looks so nice in person. Okay. How many figures even was this so far? Good grief. And it's kind of funny because it was a mixed bag of all sorts of different things. So we have what? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So there's over 60 figures here. I know, can you believe it? 15 millimeter is so small, but I love it. It reminds me of like a real-time strategy game. You have these sweeping flanks and just a pageantry of all these figures. Okay, so that was box one. Oh my gosh, box one of like 20. Oh my goodness. But that was the first one, so we'll just have to pick up the pace. Otherwise, if we do a half hour for every box, that's, oh my God, like 10 hours? Holy cow, no, we can't be doing that. So we definitely got to pick up the pace. Okay, here we go. Let's open another box. This is how all the boxes come again. If you can kind of see over to the right here, we have a whole shipping box full of individual boxes like this. They all come rubber banded and in bubble wrap. All right. Oh my gosh, we have some cavalry in here. Ooh, okay. I'm not being very strategic with how I am putting these figures on the table because I can't, I'm like out of room and we're on box two. Okay, so here we go. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? We have wizards in here. Oh, holy cow. Look at this guy. Oh my gosh. That is a sorcerer for the army if you choose to include him in his spell book. Oh my gosh. He is amazing. Oh, if you could only see the colors on this guy. He has silver armor, but with gold accents and purple and blue because look at the, oh, you know what faction he is when you see that crescent moon. This knight, he's holding a torch like an adventurer. He is part of the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. Okay. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Now you can tell this is the first time I've even peeked in this box. So yes, when this package arrived around noon today, I did peek in the box we just opened already. This is the first time I'm seeing these guys. Holy cow. So this is a sorcerer on foot, but you also have the option of having him mounted as well. So you could include him in a unit of cavalry or include him in a unit on foot or have him dangerously by himself. Single figures do have the option of running around not in a unit. And of course, there's pros to that, but there are definitely some cons as well. Oh my gosh, look at this. These are figures we have not yet seen. Holy cow. That is freaking awesome. What are these guys? Again, I'm going to have to look it up in the unit cards. We're calling those, I think, men-at-arms. I think those are men-at-arms for the Obsidian Eclipse forces. Look at that. There's the sorcerer card, and there's the sorcerer. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Men at Arms. Yeah, I think so. Yep. Oh my gosh, how freaking amazing is that? Men at Arms. Oh, and I have so many ideas in mind for all the videos I want to do. Now that these figures are here, I'm gonna do like obviously battle reports and stuff like that, but also like unit profiles. So, up close shots of each unit in its own video and the pros and cons of what it can do on the battlefield. But for example, here's a unit of men at arms. Oh my gosh. Do I have a shield flag bearer? No, I don't. I was going to say, because I think the shield is the banner bearer for these guys, but let's just put a generic. I can't wait until I find the movement templates for infantry, because that will be, unless they're like in the bottom of this thing. Are they in the bottom? No, I think these are all cavalry. Look at these again. If you're just tuning in, these are the movement trays that'll fit 6 figures. So this is a cavalry one. So these figures are, what is it? Oh my gosh. 30 millimeters by 20 millimeters, I think. So a 20 millimeter frontage means this is 60 millimeters across, and 30 millimeters deep means 60. So this is a 60 by 60. However, it's not actually, because if it was 60 by 60 exactly, then just with the space in between each figure sitting here on the movement tray, the figure bases might end up overlapping a little bit, and it gets really hard to pick up a movement tray where the figures are overlapping the tray, because then you kind of bunch them together and stuff like that. So I commissioned these to be 65 by 65, so it's 5 millimeters extra to give just a little bit of room on the sides and the back so they're easier to pick up. And oh, they turned out amazingly. Holy cow. I got a bunch more men at arms here. There are, so at least I remember this. There are 20 of each kind of figure for the, I don't know how many, 16 different units, but times that by 2 because there are 2 different armies. So there are technically 40 40 of each kind of figure, but in 2 different poses and 2 different color schemes. Oh my gosh, these look so good. When I was rolling dice for these figures in mock combats, I was using just D6. Like I would have, because I made custom cardboard movement trays just for like a prototype, and I would put I would put 6D6 in the spaces, and every time one took a wound, I would move down the pips or take the dice off the tray as the figures were killed, because I didn't have the figures yet, so I had to make do with what we had. But now the figures are here, and I swear this is going to be freaking awesome. Okay, so here we already saw earlier these infantry unit commanders. So these are just like sergeants, just like officers who you can stick on a unit of any type to give them a leadership bonus. And those were the infantry ones. Here is what it looks like for the cavalry. These are cavalry officers. So you can stick this guy in with a unit of cavalry, and there's going to be a whole pile of those guys. Because for every banner bearer, there was at least one. And look at this one. Oh my gosh. He's like a general. I don't even know what that is he's holding. Some kind of like regal device of some kind. Because that doesn't look like a weapon or a mace, but he still looks very cool. Oh my gosh. What are these? What are these? I don't even know. Look at these guys. Are these my border guards? Oh, I'll have to look. I will now have to check the records and see what those are. They may very well be. Is that what these are? Because, no, that's Marauder Cavalry. Is that what this is? Oh my gosh, I think it is. So this is our first Marauder, I believe. So, we have the two factions, the two-player factions, and then we have the bandit faction. So a third player can play as the bandits, or one of the two players can play as the bandits against the other player. And the bandit faction is used in a variety of scenarios, and it's how you're able to recruit mercenaries. So if you wanted to recruit, a unit of dwarven, what are they called? You'd think I'd know this. Dwarven, or mountain dwarves, I guess they're just called. If you wanted to recruit a unit of mountain dwarves, you have to defeat them in combat, and every mercenary unit comes with a selection of bandits to fill out the army. So here's a couple more. I'm pretty sure these are Marauder Cavalry. Oh my gosh, these look amazing. And can you believe they survived all this way with hardly a bent lance, a bent spear? That is truly impressive. From the UK to Nebraska, of all places. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we definitely have found the Marauder Cavalry, I believe, because here's a whole bunch of them. Bent spears and all, but I mean, come on. I'm just happy they're here. Holy cow, that's freaking amazing. So yeah, there will be a little things to touch up here and there, like straightening out the lances or touching up the paint where they bent. But oh my gosh, now what? Holy cow. So these are absolutely lunar obsidian knight cavalry of some kind. I think these are heavy cav. Let me see. Are they heavy cav? I probably honestly should not be looking this up. No, they're light cavalry. Wow, even though they look pretty heavily armored. Good lord. But those are, I'm pretty sure, obsidian eclipse light cavalry. What is this? All mounted longbows! Are you kidding me? Look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at how he's like holding the longbow behind him. Oh, that is so cool. This is a unit of mounted archers, of ranged cavalry, longbow cavalry. Yeah, mounted archers actually is what it's called. So there you can see, here's the stat card of a mounted archer, and here's the corresponding figure. Oh, so freaking cool. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have a lot of organizing to do. Thankfully, the display case comes in tomorrow, so I'll be able to get these guys situated. And that's in the display case. Obviously, I'll do a video on that too once I have it set up and completely full of figures. It's like not completely glass, because I still wanted it to be kind of a nice furniture piece. Since it's not going in the game room, believe it or not, the display case for these figures is going up here in the living room, and it's kind of, has some wood for a furniture aspect, but the doors and the sides and everything's all glass, very open in terms of visibility. And so when someone wants, I have these custom trays. Oh, let me grab one of these custom trays. I commissioned these trays from Fantastipack. So you can see it's like this. It says Battlefields of Mana on the inside of the tray and on the back of the tray. And so when someone wants to play a game, they just grab one of these trays, go over to the display case. Okay, I want a unit of swordsmen. I want a unit of crossbows. I want, 2 units of heavy cavalry. And you pop it in these trays. Oh my gosh. I'm just in love. But hey, any way I could stick Battlefields of Mana branding on something, I absolutely will. So there's more of these guys. And I'll admit, when I commissioned the when I had these figures commissioned, I picked up several like command sets. So like a command unit might include a banner bearer, an officer, and like a little what do you call them, squire or something like that. And I really had no use for the squire, but I don't know, I still commissioned it anyways. And so these guys, I'm pretty sure these were just in those command units, and I really haven't come up with anything for them yet. So, and honestly, I'm okay with that, because if there's one thing I love doing, it's coming up with new unit types oh my gosh, let me go grab, I know I keep saying that. How many times have I said that? I'll be right back. I'm going to grab yet something else. Okay, so to give you an idea of what we're talking about here is my Battlefields of Mana spreadsheet of all the unit types. You probably maybe can or can't read this, but there's core units. Everything from peasant militia to flail bearers to crossbowmen, all the way down the line. And then here's all the mercenary units, and then here are all of the marauder units, so the bandits. So these are the neutral bandit marauders. Here's all the mercenaries you can recruit, and here's all the different core unit types that you can field an army of. So yeah, as you can see, there's quite a few. And when I commissioned this force, someone said I should label these because they were already neatly in boxes. And I'm thinking now, because I'm going to run out of room, that maybe I should put the figures back in the box and start stacking up the boxes off to the side, because this is going to get insane fast. And I'm sorry, my time management skills are not my strong suit. So I know we've been live for an hour and we're not even through box 2 of like 20. Oh boy, I need to pick up the pace here. But anyway, so that might be a wise idea, is to put these figures back in a box. But here's some more Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse Light Cavalry. Oh my gosh. If those are light cavalry, then I'm anxious to see what heavy cavalry looks like. Light cavalry, I think, is just a placeholder of a name, because I'd like to come up with more characterful names for each army, but at the same time leaving them super generic, because I kind of want each player to come up with a backstory themselves. That's the way I like playing games. I really, when you play Warhammer Fantasy and stuff, there's all these backstories. Or if you're playing a historical, obviously there's history built right in. But personally, I kind of like coming up with the backstory and the history of the figures, why they're fighting and all that stuff. Okay, so we have an absolute ton. I mean, this was the box of Lunar Eclipse, Obsidian Eclipse Light Cavalry, because geez Louise, is what, I'm not even going to count. If I start counting, then we're going to honestly be here till tomorrow morning. But look at all those. Good grief. Look at all that. Those are all light cavalry for the Obsidian Eclipse faction. Holy cow. Okay, and then here are all the Marauder cavalry. Oh my gosh, these guys look... Okay, so the point I was trying to make earlier was when I first commissioned about 2/3 of this and 2/3 of this. 2/3 of the core units, 2/3 of the mercenary units. I commissioned that to be painted. Then, as I was rolling dice and, playing with it in my mind, this got bigger. So I came up with more units and more mercenary units, and then I had to submit a second commission. And then I came up with this Marauder Bandit faction, so I had to submit a third commission. So what you're seeing here with these 1,100 figures is the culmination of 3 commissions, because I kept coming up with ideas and I just could not, help myself. And honestly, I held back on doing a 4th because I was like, Rick, just get the freaking game to your house first and then deal with it before you start adding on more, you goofball. Because, yeah, this is absolutely insane, but it's a dream. And I'll admit, I've been having the craziest dreams leading up to this stuff arriving, because as you can imagine, this was a pretty penny. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but if you average maybe $3 a figure or so, you can do the math yourself. Oh my gosh, just look at that box. Oh, I just heard a choir of angels as I'm looking at that. Oh my gosh. All right, so that's full enough. Let's crack open another box here. Jeez Louise. Here we go. This is box 3. I don't honestly know how many boxes there are. There's like 10 or 15 boxes. Good Lord. Okay, so here we go. This is box 3. What do we have in store? All right, let's just check to see if anyone... Okay, so... You know what? You are so welcome, Aaron, because I honestly do love watching unboxings and stuff like this. But, oh my gosh, look at this. Oh, look at all those archers. Are you kidding me? Just take a freaking look at this. Are you kidding me? Look at those archers. Yes, PayPal. Check out my Q&A. I did a Q&A where I answer some of those kind of questions. But yes, I do work at PayPal. I was working at, of course, we're working from home right now. So when this package arrived in the middle of my workday, you can imagine how distracted I was. Like, oh my gosh, I want to go crack this thing open. All right, so we have an unbelievable amount of these crossbowmen. These crossbowmen, I believe, I'm going to have to look. These may be Obsidian Eclipse crossbowmen, but they are in red, so they may be Golden Solstice. I'll have to take a peek, but they just look so good. I just love how lined up they are in this box. I don't even want to take them out of this box, but I am. Because look at these archers. Are you kidding me right now? These are gorgeous. I love earth tones, honestly. Just kind of muted, medieval, because I did, request. Now, the bandit faction, I said muted tones for the armor and the clothing and stuff. But for the other factions, I went a little crazy. But honestly, I love the kind of muted look. But look at those archers. Oh, who are these? That's my question. Who in the world are these archers? Are these Marauder archers? Oh boy, I don't know. And I should not be wasting time looking at this. Okay, they're not those archers. They're not those archers. Those must be marauder archers. Which makes sense because they're kind of, kind of bandit or, maraudery type figures. Oh my gosh. So anyways, there's a whole pile of these guys. Are you kidding me? And honestly, you'd say, Rick, why are you surprised? I mean, you literally put in the order. You should know exactly how many figures are coming and, what they would look like. I know, but it's not the same when you actually get the figures in and hold them in your hands. And honestly, I know people love painting themselves, and I understand that. And the satisfaction is not the same as to if I would have done all this work myself. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, 1,100 figures, even in 15 millimeter. I don't even want to try to take a stab at how long that would have taken me. Okay, so, but for the record, this did take 6 months to get to me. So I don't know, you painters out there, you tell me. If you were doing 1,100 figures, 15 millimeter yourself is 6 months, about right. Of course, these guys, I think, had a team of painters working on this, so it wasn't just one person. I don't even want to guess how long a single person would take. Look at these archers. Oh my gosh. So this is yet another style of archer. Yep. Oh my gosh. So there's 3 different archers. Well, actually, there will be 3 different archers. We've only seen 2. One was crossbowmen. So we had crossbowmen, marauder archers. I'm pretty sure these are obsidian eclipse archers, I think. Oh my gosh, just look at all of these. And the fantastic thing about them is, and I don't know if it's going to even pick up on cam. No way. But you can see each arrow in the quiver. You can see the ruffles on the tunic. They even did some highlighting on the front. Oh, I'm telling you guys. This is why I went back to them. Alternative Armies not only manufactures the figures, but they have an in-house painting commission group of folks who paint their figures. You can commission them to paint the figures. So I said, yeah, I'll take X number of these figures painted this way, X number of these figures painted that way. And they have all the figures in-house, so they were able to break them up. Because, they may come in units of 1, or it may be in a pack. But if I wanted a specific pose, because they manufacture the figures, they can break those packs up and just give me, 20 of that pose, which is fantastic. Okay, we're going to the underside of this box. Oh my gosh. Here we go. There are some, I can already see it. There's amazing things down here. Look at this. Look at this. This is a champion. This is the Marauder Overlord, I believe is his official title. Of course, I'm looking now. Oh my gosh. So yeah, for the bandits, this is the champion. So unlike the warlord that leads either player army, this is the marauder overlord, the champion of the bandit faction. And oh folks, and don't worry, again, there will be close-ups of all of these when I do individual videos of them. But oh my goodness, if you could just see like the skulls on his armor. Oh, unreal. Now this has to be Border Guard. And I am so excited about that because that was one of my favorite mercenary units. So as a player, you can hire mercenary units. So as if all of those core unit types weren't enough, you can also hire mercenaries. but you don't get as many options of them. There's only literally a single unit per mercenary type. So here we go, border guards. These guys are so freaking cool. And I love the way these look too. Yeah, of course you can't probably tell, but they have some really nice detail on them. Love it. Border guards. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of border guards in here, and there should be 12. I don't, not all 12 are in this box, evidently. But there's always, units, unless it's a monster or something, are in units of 6. So, uh, because, to be fair for both players, if each player wanted to hire the same mercenary unit, then that's why there are 12 of each one. Oh my goodness. And then just a ton more of these crossbows. And then we'll get into a new unit type we haven't seen yet. Again, a whole bunch of these kind of crossbows. So that is super exciting. Okay. Because, yeah, there should be 20 of those as well. For each core type of unit for a player, there's 20 because, and you might be saying, well, I thought they came in units of 6. Well, yes, but one of the figures is a banner bearer. So it would be 5 figures in a crossbow pose and 1 banner bearer with a crossbow on the flag. So it would be something like this. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Okay, so here's a whole bunch more crossbows. 15mm crossbows. Absolutely fantastic. All right, and then here's one more border guard. How many is that so far? Oh, you know what? No, there would not be 12. Because again, there would need to be 1 banner bearer. So, in fact, there's 10, and that's how many we have here. 10 border guards, because there would be 5 border guards and a flag bearer, and that is 2 units of 5. Okay, awesome. Now, and I'll just lift up the box, look at all these swordsmen. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I love these. Oh my goodness, these are amazing. Oh, you probably can't even see. His mouth is open, like his jaws drop, like he's like screaming. And they did almost kind of a white wash or something on the armor that makes it look amazing. And there's little gold accents on it. Oh, you guys, I'm telling you. Miniatures make me happy, but oh my gosh, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Look what I just found. And these are the only 2 of these in this entire commission. What are they? Well, they look like halberdiers or billmen. I think those actually kind of look like bills. Maybe they're halberds with a horn, like a musician. But in this game, they're listed as bards. And it's a mercenary individual figure you can add to your army, and you stick him in a unit. He allows you to reform without taking an action. And of course, that probably makes no sense if you don't know the rules yet, and believe me, we'll cover it all in future videos. But that is exciting as heck. Okay, more swordsmen. So here's a whole pile of these swordsmen. Good night. Literally good night. It's we've already been on for over an hour. Jeez, I feel like I just opened this box and it's already been over an hour. Holy cow. Well, this is a prime example of honestly how not how not to do a live totally unprepared, but at least you are getting the unscripted real deal here in terms of like first reaction to this stuff all the way again from the UK. These figures arrived. So again, these are just swordsmen. Swordsman upon swordsman upon swordsman. And then there actually is more than just swordsmen left in this box. There is also some... Who is this? I don't even know who this is. Oh my gosh, you know who this is? Can you even guess who this is? Oh my goodness. It is the Marauder Overlord on foot. Oh, that's right. So you can have him in your army on foot or mounted. So there he is, both poses. Oh, unreal. How amazing is that? And that wasn't even what I was looking at. I was looking at these guys. Here are some more infantry commanders that you can add to your army. And unit commanders are very handy. Why? Again, I pull this up as if you can probably see this. You may. A unit commander is, for all the various attributes, is typically as per unit. You'll see as per unit across the line, except they get +1 attack dice. They get, what else? Oh, the unit commander special ability. They have a higher initiative, and you always take the highest initiative of any single figures in the unit. So yeah, that is amazing. Okay, 1 second. I have to grab something else. Oh my gosh, I would hate to have to do like a part 2, but I do have to plug in my phone. I honestly wasn't sure how long this was gonna take, and we are like, oh gosh, we're like 1/10 of the way through, and we're already at like over an hour. But anyways, so now I'm trying to figure out how to balance this battery pack on the tripod. Okay, that works. I think. Sorry, intermission. Okay, yes, charging now. Thank God. Leonardo for skeleton figures, they absolutely do, and I have some, and they are some of my favorite minis in 15mm. Their skeletons look so good. They're pennies a piece. I'm not sure offhand. Check them out. Alternative Armies. I think you can just like Google search Alternative Armies and pull up the site and go to their Fantasy 15mm, because it's, not much a piece for each figure. So if you wanted a small unit of skeleton, you're just talking a couple bucks. Now, if you're talking painted, that would be a different story. Painted, again, it's about $3 a figure, I think, but don't quote me on that. I think it was maybe $3 a figure for me because of just the sheer amount. Also, you won't even believe this when I tell you this. They were running a discount of like for the month of April or something, where it was like 15% off your order. And I figured, okay, they'll apply that to the figure cost, but not the paint cost. But oh yeah, they did. They took 15% off the cost of the paint. Are you kidding me? That's insane. I've never heard of a commission service offering that kind of a discount. So that's another reason why it was probably only $3 a figure. So you have to imagine, and when I say $3 a figure, I'm saying $3 for the actual figure, the basing, any assembly, and the painting. Are you kidding me? They manufacture the figures themselves. They have an in-house painting service. So I got 1,100 figures, painted, based, the whole thing, for about $3 a fig, and it was done in 6 months, including less than 6 months, including shipping time. Now, I'll admit, I was so restless waiting for these figures to arrive. But today was the day. Are you kidding me? When UPS sent me an email that said, "Hey Rick, follow your delivery live on this map," you better believe I had that thing open and was tracking every move that UPS truck made. I had a meeting at 11:30, and the truck was in my neighborhood at like 11:20, and I was like, "Oh God, please don't let them show up like while I'm in this conference." And they showed up at like 11:25, like 5 minutes to spare. Oh, I'm telling you, it all worked out. But I want to knock on wood, this cardboard wood, because this just went unbelievably well. So far, so good. I will absolutely say that. We are 3 boxes in. I will say this. Here is the first break of the day. So there is a sword here that popped off during shipping. That will be no problem, though, to repair. And that's it so far out of, I'm not even going to count how many figures we've already opened. I mean, look at this. Look at this box of painted 15mm figures. Are you kidding me? That is absolutely unreal. Okay, so let's just set that to the side now, and let's open up a fourth box. Did this box just get full of more boxes, or are there still this many boxes left? Good grief. And there's monsters. So you guys, it's not just medieval knights, but there's monsters too. Oh my gosh. There's giants, trolls. There's siege equipment. There's catapults. Oh my gosh. We have not even scratched the surface yet. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Whoever did the flags on these guys, oh my gosh. Are you familiar? Is anyone out there familiar with hex and counter war games? Because the symbols on these flags remind me of a chit, of a small card stock chit for a hex and counter war game. The symbol looks amazing, and this camera is probably doing it no justice. But for a little bow and arrow, oh my God. So what is this then? Okay, well, this is a mounted banner bearer for a unit of Golden Solstice mounted archers. So that's the banner bearer for them. Oh my gosh, it looks freaking amazing. So as you can see, anything with a yellow banner is the Knights of the Golden Solstice. Anything with a blue banner is Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. And we haven't seen them yet, but the bandits, the Marauders, have their own iconography on their banners as well, and their skulls. Oh gosh, just get ready for those. Even I haven't seen them in person yet, so we'll all be surprised together. Oh my gosh. How did someone even do this? Look at the sword. You probably can't even see. The sword has a space in between the sides of the blade, like someone drew that with a fine tip pen or a needle or something. That's absolutely insane. Of course, the sun is their emblem, is their logo. So while you'll have these, so these are mounted swordsmen based on the iconography on the flag, the ones that just have a generic army symbol like this, again, that means I could, when I have my unit of border guards, I'll have 5 of them, and then this standard bearer with them will denote that that mercenary unit belongs to this faction, this player. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so these are heavy cavalry. And I am pretty sure that these may be Golden Solstice heavy cavalry, just because they are kind of colorful, but I could be wrong. Actually, these may be lunar because they have a lot of darker blues and stuff. But yeah, oh my gosh, just these figures alone. If you're into historicals, if you are into historical gaming, just to let you know, if you recognize any of these figures, it's because most of these medieval knights and soldiers I took from the Alternative Armies historical ranges. So these could be, Norman cavalry, but I'm just repurposing them for my fantasy, my sword and sorcery fantasy medieval game. Okay, here you go. Here's a couple of lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse with their crescent moons on the shields, and those are officers that you can stick with a unit of cavalry. Oh my goodness, and here's a whole bunch of them. Oh, folks, we just found the motherlode of Obsidian Eclipse cavalry officers. Look at these guys. Yep. Oh my gosh. Absolutely love them. And I'm loving every more and more, if you notice, and I should have brought up one of my other figures that I've had them do in the past. Because in the past, they'll base it black. Like they'll paint the bases and the sides black, which was fine. I always thought that that was great, but I wanted green this time. And so as you can see, and I still have this out here as an example, because here's a cavalry movement tray, just the green on green, kind of the 90s fantasy rank and file vibe. Oh my goodness. Here's a bunch of spearmen. Now these are like peasant spears. Look at these guys. So these are new. We haven't seen these yet. These are peasant spearmen. I'm going to have to look and see who they represent. Here's another mounted archer banner bearer. Who are these guys? Are these marauders? Let's find out, because now I'm curious. Okay, where are you? Peasant militia is what I'm thinking. Yeah, they actually are. So again, with each army, there are two. So there's two different armies. So here's stat cards for both. Peasant militia, the stats are the same all the way down, but I actually have two different poses for these peasant militia. These are Obsidian Eclipse peasant militia. These are Regal Golden Solstice peasant militia. The Regal peasants have pitchforks and scythes, and the Eclipse militia have bills and spears. So you can see the Eclipse militia are more equipped for battle, just theme-wise in terms of their figures, whereas you can tell the Golden Solstice militia are more farmers, like really just honestly pulled right out of the fields. And so just thematically, I just love the way that looks. Okay, we're going to the second layer here. And we got a ton. Oh my gosh, there's 3 layers in this box. Good grief. And we got a lot of banner bearers. Look at these guys. Crossed lances means heavy cav. So these are banner bearers for heavy cavalry. Whereas I'm pretty sure the banner bearer here that had the sword, I'm pretty sure that was light cavalry. So the sword flag was light cavalry, the crossed lances was heavy cavalry. And I don't want to like jinx myself, but can you believe these flags didn't snap off during shipping? I mean, are you kidding me? All the way from Scotland here to Nebraska? Good Lord. Oh my goodness, we have a ton more of these. Because again, for every single banner bearer there's a cavalry officer or 2 So here are 5 more Obsidian Eclipse cavalry officers, and with I'm not sure, this was a situation where I impulsively bought a lot of these without having first kind of thought about it. Because obviously, upgrading, or not even upgrading, but adding a cavalry officer to one of your units is not cheap. Well, it's not expensive either, but you still have to pay for it. So you're probably not going to be adding cavalry officers to every single unit you have. And even then, I have a cavalry officer for every unit in the game that's mounted, just like I have infantry officers for every infantry unit in the game. However, you're not going to field every figure that the army has. That would be like if you played Warhammer Fantasy and you got your codex and you fielded every single unit that the codex included 4 times. That's essentially what it would be like. So obviously you're not doing that. So I probably did not, the bottom line I'm trying to get to is I probably did not have to commission that many cavalry officers. So I may find another purpose for them because, ranked up in a unit, they look kind of cool. Look at all these banner bearers with different symbols on their flags. A couple sword flags, cross lance, there's a generic sun, there's a crossbow. Oh boy, this is absolutely insane. We're going on an hour and a half, and we're on box 4 of probably 15. So, oh man. Yeah, this is insane. I didn't know what to expect. And this is the first time I've ever gone live on YouTube. And will I do things differently next time? Oh, yes. For one, I will use my Wi-Fi, because right now I'm just using my phone's data, and I'm pretty sure that's probably why the resolution's not that good. Here's another heavy cav. But also, I will have a game plan, because I just went live and started opening boxes. And now I feel like I am so far behind. But we'll see. I mean, today is my Friday. I have the next 3 days off, so oh gosh, will I actually be live while I unbox all of these? Well, I kind of have to now, right? I already put in the description that we'd be unboxing 1,100 figures. Oh my goodness, I'll be interested to see how long this takes, but here's even more. So this box was full of cav, just completely full to the lid. And here's the last 2 of this box, a couple more mounted officers for the Obsidian Eclipse Knights. Okay. I need like a trash can or something, or a bag. I could probably save some of that bubble wrap for future shippings, but now let's fill up this box with these guys. Oh my goodness. Tomorrow, folks, I am getting the display case. And if you weren't here earlier when I said it, it's not going in the game room. And if you've seen my game room tour, you can probably understand why. There's literally no room in the game room unless I moved things or got rid of stuff. So it's going upstairs. It's going upstairs in the living room. And I'm telling you, I looked far and wide. I was looking at the cheap IKEA glass tower kind of display cases, and those would be super functional. But since it was going in my living room, I wanted something a little bit more furniture quality. So we have a huge furniture store here called Nebraska Furniture Mart. And I know you're probably thinking to yourself, if you're not familiar with it, you're like, Nebraska Furniture Mart? What? Like, first of all, Nebraska. Second of all, oh boy, a furniture mart in Nebraska. I'm telling you guys, it's huge. It's massive. It's like a shopping mall of nothing but furniture of every kind imaginable. It's like probably one of the most known things we're known for in Nebraska is Nebraska Furniture Mart. But anyway, so I got a beautiful, beautiful display case, glass shelves, mirrored back, obviously has a light in it, double door hinge, double door opening. You know what? Did I post that video? Check my other YouTube channel. I did a shopping vlog. That's right. Check out my other, it's a YouTube channel that's more vlog, like lifestyle vlog-ish, not gaming related. And it is Supreme YDNAC, which is candy backwards. Supreme YDNAC. And I actually posted the shopping vlog where I went to Nebraska Furniture Mart and like looked at that cabinet. So you can see the cabinet right now if you go find that video. But anyways, so that's coming tomorrow, and then I'm going to load it up. And now that I'm looking at all these figures, I'm like, oh God, I hope they all fit. Okay, look at this. Is this not eye candy? Oh, good Lord. Of course, I'm going to have to take all of these back out of the box later because I'm obviously going to want to do a huge like scene with all 1100 figures out on the table at the same time and take a picture of it. And probably a video of it as well. But just for this unboxing, this is just kind of an unboxing to check everything, make sure everything looks good. And then we'll do the more detailed stuff later. All right, here we go. This is box number 5. Now, I'm not including this because this was all bases. This box over here was all bases because otherwise that'd be box number 6. But of figures, here's box number 5. I actually have a breakdown of how many infantry, let me grab that, of how many of each type of figure. Okay, on this invoice, it breaks it down. There are, you're not even going to believe this. This is insane. There are 741 infantry, 362 cavalry, and 152 movement trays. Oh my gosh, that's nuts. Okay, so here we go. What's in this box? Box number 5. Here we go. Oh my gosh, they line these up so nicely too. Holy cow, this is militia, a huge amount of militia, peasant militia, but also some crossbows and some axemen. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. These are clubs. These are not peasant militia. Oh my gosh, these are marauders. Oh my goodness, what are they called specifically? Marauder thugs. That's what they are. So in the Alternative Armies range, they are militia with a club. But in the game, for the bandit faction, they are marauder thugs. Oh my gosh. I was like, hold on a second, and look how many there are. There's like 2.5 rows of them. There should be 20 of them. So let's find out if there's actually 20 of these guys. Because again, 4 units maximum per figure type for each faction, including the Bandit Marauder faction. So what do we have? There's 10. Yep, 20. Here's all 20 of the Marauder thugs. This is basically the peasant, the militia equivalent of the Marauder Bandit faction. There's all 20 of them. You probably can't see that from that far away. But again, clubs, militia with clubs essentially. And that is the Marauder thugs. Oh my gosh. Now these guys are so cool. These are the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice Axemen. So they have their axe, their big axe hanging there, but the shields with the sun for the golden solstice. Oh my gosh. Hopefully you can somewhat make out who they are with this terrible resolution. Oh my goodness, here's a couple more. Imagine them all ranked up with their sunburst shields, axes at the ready. I love axemen in the game because they have a special ability called brutality, which allows them to re-roll attack dice that failed to exceed the defender's armor. So you can imagine these guys going at it in combat with their axes in hand, with that brutality special ability re-rolling to hit rolls that failed to pierce the defender's armor. Oh my gosh. You get a couple units like that charging in. I don't care who you are. You're not looking forward to facing them on the battlefield. But I am 100% looking forward to fielding them for sure. Oh my gosh. Love it. Now, let's do these crossbowmen. Did we see some of these earlier? We did. We've actually seen this style of crossbowmen earlier. These are Obsidian Eclipse crossbowmen. Oh my gosh, yes. Absolutely love it. Love that dark, kind of deep purple color scheme with their chainmail. Oh, good lord. Okay, now this is what I caught my eye, was these peasant militia. Now these are Golden Solstice peasant militia, and unlike every other unit which has exactly one pose, so for example, all 20 of the Golden Solstice axemen look like this. Of course, the lunar eclipse axemen are going to be looking differently, and we saw them already actually. But the peasants, I did two poses for. So here is the Golden Solstice peasant militia with their scythes and their pitchforks. So when they're ranked up, they do have multiple poses, kind of making them look like a little bit more of a ragtag rabble unit. And of course, Battlefields of Mana is elimination. What do you call it when a game like Warhammer Fantasy, like Kings of War, you don't individually remove figures from the unit. Warhammer Fantasy you do. So this is more along the lines of a Warhammer Fantasy or an Oathmark. Are any of you guys interested in Oathmark? I'll admit, I've been watching some bat reps on YouTube for Oathmark, and it looks pretty interesting. But so this is along those lines where, yes, you will be. Look at all those scythes. Yikes, that kind of looks nightmarish, right? Even though those are peasant militia have a, I don't even know if I want to call it an ability. It's actually kind of more like a disability called rabble. Keyword rabble, where they re-roll sixes for their defense rolls, their attack rolls, and their initiative. How unfair is that, right? Like, poor peasant militia up against a knight or something, they're gonna get creamed. They actually managed to roll a 6, but because they are rabble, they have to re-roll 6s. Oh my gosh. Of course, if they get a 6 the second time, then it was meant to be. But so that, oh my gosh, look at these. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I wish I had infantry movement bases. Cause there must be another box in there for infantry. Here's a cavalry one again. The reason I say that is because I'd love to like rank up 6 infantry. I guess I could do it on there, but because look at these. These are some of my favorite units. When they finished the commission and said, Rick, you want a sneak peek of how they're looking? I honestly have not seen 99% of this before. I only saw 2 pictures, and you might be saying, Rick, that seems kind of irresponsible. Don't you want to see what the commission looks like before you have it shipped all the way to you? And most of the time, you're correct. I'll admit, I do want to see what the paint job looks like and stuff. But if you've seen some other of my videos, I've ordered painted figures from Alternative Armies in the past. They do such tremendous work. I almost just kind of wanted to be surprised. So I haven't seen 99% of this before. I'm seeing this for the first time, just like you guys, and it's blowing me away. But I did see 2 pictures. They showed me 2 sneak peek pictures, and one of the pictures included these spearmen. Oh my goodness. This is the color scheme that brings me back to the 90s. These are the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice spearmen, and look at that. The green base, the red, blue, yellow, colorful, gaudy, in your face, bright color scheme. Imagine just a whole unit of those guys. Oh my gosh. When I saw that picture, I lost my mind. I was like, this is exactly what I was dreaming of. Look at them in this box, if you can kind of see. Probably not, but there they are. We have a bunch more axemen down here, a bunch more peasant militia here, 2 rows of those spearmen, and then some amazing looking cavalry as well. But these spears, oh my gosh. I'm losing my mind over these spears. These are absolutely incredible. I freaking love the color scheme. Oh boy, they really did a job there. That is truly, truly impressive. And how good the figure looks is also going to be part of the reason why I want to field them. Right? Despite how well they actually work on the battlefield, if I want an old school fantasy rank and file spearman unit, oh my gosh, just looking at those, sure, the halberdiers may hit harder, but these spearmen just look so freaking amazing. Now, we haven't even seen the Golden Solstice halberdiers, so I don't want to trash talk them. Oh yeah. Yep. And are you kidding me? Not even like a bent spear. Are you out of your mind? These came all the way from Scotland. I'm in Nebraska. Can you believe that? So far, the ratio of bent lances to perfectly crisp figures is unbelievable. They package it so well. Folks, these guys care so much. I cannot emphasize how amazing Alternative Armies is. When I reached out to them back in April, obviously March, April's when all the stuff started going down. And I was like, hey, you guys, are you even still open for commissions? And they're like, yeah, we're working at home. Our painters are at home. They want to paint. So I said, heck yeah, let's do it. And 6 months later, here we go. 6 months. Can you believe it? Half a year. I was losing my mind. Here are some cavalry officers with their crescent moons on the shields indicating that they are, oh, that's right, lunar knights of the obsidian eclipse. Oh boy. These are just amazing. My favorite scheme by far are these axemen and these spearmen. Look at these. The colors. Look at the red, blue, yellow. the Renaissance. That's the word I'm looking for, and that's the word I used when I tried to describe the color scheme. When I was like trying to describe how I wanted them painted, I actually sent them some pictures of some old Warhammer Fantasy clips from the 90s, just some like game book pictures from the 90s of how colorful they were and how they were all on green bases. And I was like, and that's really all the detail I gave. I was like, can you please just paint them like this? Make them feel 90s fantasy. And boy, did they do it. Good grief. And do you even realize how many little tiny suns? You probably can't even see that. How many little tiny suns on their shields someone had to paint. Good God. Not just the shields either, but the flags. The standard bearers. All those flags. There's like there's over 100 of them. Okay, here's a whole bunch more peasant militia. Here's 8 more. We saw a whole pile with their scythes. Here's a whole pile with pitchforks. Oh yeah. That's awesome. Peasant militia is, you know, I was going to say like the weakest unit in the game, but, you know, in hand-to-hand combat, they're better than an archer. But just overall, they are the cheapest unit for sure. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. You better believe. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh my gosh, you're not even going to believe this. You are not even going to believe what I just found out of that box. Look at this. So like I said, every unit has its own corresponding banner bearer, and that's a pitchfork. That means, yes, in one of these boxes, there is going to be peasant, how did I label it? Peasant militia cavalry, I think it's called. Or mounted militia, that's what it is. Mounted militia, can you believe it? So militia have foot units as well as cav. Militia cavalry with their banner bearers with little pitchforks on the flag to denote that this is a unit of militia cavalry. Oh my gosh, that is so freaking awesome. Militia cav are just slight, and I keep calling them that, but it's called mounted militia in the game. But mounted militia have just a slight advantage over just foot militia, mainly speed. And what else? Well, let's take a quick peek. So, peasant militia across the top, very weak, only cost 1. Mounted militia are the same in every category except they are faster, obviously, and they have the cavalry special ability. Now, that seems obvious. They're cavalry, so of course they have the cavalry special ability. What does that special ability actually mean? It means they get +1 to their initiative in melee against non-polearm infantry. So units, infantry with polearms do have an advantage over cav, but mounted militia with that cavalry special ability, they have a +1 to their initiative over non-polearm infantry. So that's why, you know, when you're building your army and you want a cheap unit, well, do I spend the extra point for mounted militia? Well, maybe, because mounted militia give you a faster speed. Because what are militia for in the game? Well, it's really to tie up other units. Kind of get them out there in front. Maybe stick them in front of your ranged units. So it kind of gives them some protection. But anyway, whatever your purpose is with them, more than likely you're going to want them to get out there, you know, pretty quickly. Get out there and tie up that unit. Get out there and defend those ranged units from the unit that's bearing down on them. So, mounted militia may be your solution there because they're pretty cheap and they're fast. That's the key. They're fast. They can get where you want them to go and tie up a unit. Heck, like I said, they're even better in melee than an archer. So maybe that's what you do. Send a couple cheap units of mounted militia up the flanks. See if one of them can't sneak past there and get in melee combat with some of the opponent's ranged units. Oh my gosh. I mean, they're so versatile for only 2 points. That's all they cost, is 2 measly points. So when you're putting an army together and you have a couple points left over, hey, let's put in a unit of mounted militia. But then again, or you could do 2 units of foot militia. So what would be better? 2 units of foot militia or 1 unit of mounted militia? Well, the mounted unit will get out there pretty quickly, but 2 foot units, can tie up 2 units, depending on what you're looking for. Oh my gosh, look at that. So, I don't want to stack that up too high. Jeez. Okay, we're staring down the barrel at 2 hours, and we are not even close. We're not even close to halfway through this box. Are you kidding me? We haven't even seen the flail bearers yet. I mean, we haven't even seen most of the units, to be brutally honest. Oh my gosh. How much longer can we go? This is going to be absolutely insane. All right, here we go. Box number 6. What do we have in here? Oh my gosh. Oh my good Lord. Are you kidding me? First of all, hello to some... Oh my gosh, those are peasants. These are the billmen. These are the peasant billmen. Holy cow. Because I was like, okay, those are bills. So is that a unit of billmen? No. Even though they look pretty cool, they're peasant militia. These are peasant militia armed with bills that belong to the lunar knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. Oh my gosh, we were just talking about peasants, and here we go. Here we go. These are billmen, peasant billmen of the lunar knights. Oh my gosh, how freaking awesome is that? And we got not only that, but look at this. And I told him, I said, wherever possible, could you please paint crescent moons on any figures that have a shield that belong to the Obsidian Eclipse faction. And look what they did. They painted crescent moons. And I love how they did it around like the knob in the center of the shield. Now, who are these guys? Look at this. There's like 4 rows of this style of figure. And who is that? Oh, that's right. These are infantry commanders. So just like we saw all of those mounted officers, these are unit commanders for foot units. So you add one of these to a unit, and it instantly bumps up their initiative, as well as gives you a little combat bonus as well. And there's so many of these. Look at all of these. This was, again, a situation where I probably did not need to commission all of these because, again, just including a unit commander in an infantry unit is, not free. So you're probably not going to do it to every unit in your army. And depending on the size of the battle, you may only have 6, 8 units maybe in a medium-sized battle. So now we're already up to 20 of these guys. So that's 20 units of infantry, each with a unit commander. That's just probably not going to happen. But hey, God, if you even know anything about me, and I'm talking to those of you who've been subscribed for even a day and have seen any of my videos, probably you know that I'm not the, I don't know how to describe it. I'm definitely not the most reserved when it comes to impulse buying things. And so, yeah, I don't make the wisest financial decisions. So, yeah, sure, why not? Let's have 30 unit infantry commanders when you're only probably going to field 6 to 8 units at a time. I mean, it's just insane to have this many, but it's going to look good. That's the kind of the point. Oh my gosh. I want to make sure that I stand back from the phone when I have one of my little freakouts, because I just saw a unit that looks so freaking cool. Oh my gosh. I'm looking for the stat card to make sure I get the name right. Oh, here we go. It's light cavalry. Are you kidding me? This is light cavalry for the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice. So here's its unit card. There you can see its picture. So again, that's why right now my light box over here is getting full of bubble wrap. But what I'm going to do after I unbox all these is take actual detailed pictures of these so I can update the picture on these stat cards, because these pictures are just from the website and I want it with their updated color scheme. But here we go, light cav. Here we go. Oh my gosh, look at him. Freaking gorgeous. Oh my gosh. That is absolutely gorgeous. Unreal. Oh, what a time. What a time are we in right now where, gosh, I'm like, God, I want to play this so bad. And I will. Oh my gosh, I will. I'm going to play the hell out of this just by myself, because I've already been rolling dice, just unit on unit combat alone without the figures. But now that the figures are here, I can give it a shot. But because I was going to say, with everything going on right now, it's hard to say. Some people are, comfortable with, pop and buy as long as we have masks and our social distancing and whatnot. But then it's like, well, they're rolling your dice, or maybe they'll bring their own dice. See, that's where I was getting at in the beginning, is that's why we have 1,100 figures we're unboxing, because again, I'm the sole provider of this kind of stuff. I love my friends dearly, but and they'll play, to their credit, they will play any game that I put out in front of them. But it's me. It's all me. I'm the one who has to provide everything. So if I want to get something played, I have to provide everything. So that's why we have these figures like this. And that's why we have so many of them, so that when they decide they want to field a unit in this game, they have the entire breadth of possibilities to pick from. Here are a bunch more peasant militia, and these are spears. Can you believe these little fragile spears? Slightly maybe bent here or there, but look at this. They made it all the way over here looking like this. From the United Kingdom. Are you kidding me? That's absolutely insane. I am so impressed. I am so beyond impressed. This is nuts. Not in my wildest dreams did I imagine how vast, this is absolutely nuts. I don't think I took video overviews of my other commissions from them. I've taken pictures right on this same kitchen island full of figures, and I've, taken pictures, but I've never taken a video overview. But my last commission was like 200 some figures, and it took up a good portion of the island. Of course, they were kind of spaced out. I'm just wondering if I'm even going to be able to put all 1,100 figures on this island when I eventually want to do a full group photo. I could not even imagine what 1,100 figures all laid out looks like. I mean, what we have right here is, I don't know, maybe 100 figures. Oh my gosh, it's absolutely insane. And look at all these. These are all more cavalry unit commanders for the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice. And this is another situation where there's two different kinds. Oh, they're beautiful. These guys are beautiful. Oh my gosh. So we have one with this guy sticking out some kind of scepter or something. And then this guy with a sword. They both have the same shield. So there's two different kinds of that unit commander. And so, again, I way overdid it on the unit commanders because I kind of explained this earlier. For the unit commander packs, they came from Alternative Armies. They came with a standard bearer with a flag. Then they came with a guy with the sword. And then they came with the guy with the scepter. So there were 3 figures. And I figure, well, I'm going to want a banner bearer for every type of unit. And it just so happens that they all came with a unit commander. Well, technically, they each came with 2 unit commanders. Because they're 2 different poses. Oh, let me change the music. I don't even know if you guys can hear that music, but it's a little screamy for me right now. Oh, yeah, I've been waiting for this for so long that I have already crafted playlists for when I do play these games. And the funny thing is, so on my laptop, what I'll do is I'll have like 4 YouTube tabs open, Bluetooth to the surround sound speakers, and each YouTube tab will have a different sound. So one will be playing rain or thunderstorms, one will be playing like town ambiance, either town ambiance or like battlefield sounds. So one will be thunderstorms, one will be battlefield sounds, and one will be medieval music. And they'll all be going simultaneously, kind of not too loud, overbearing, but just enough so that you got this real kind of action, medieval fantasy battle sounds going on. And oh my gosh, it's fantastic. So yeah, that's what I've been doing, right? I've been waiting 6 months for these figures. So I had plenty of time to craft a playlist. Oh gosh, so here's some more. Here's some more of these with the scepter pose. Oh yeah. For real. That is fantastic. We're over 2 hours and we're not even halfway done. Oh, folks, we are not even halfway done unboxing 1,100 figures. Good Lord, I never in my wildest dreams thought for a second how long this would take, what it would look like. Never even guessed. Well, I guess technically I did kind of guess because I bought a display case and I had some, idea in my mind of how much room this would take. So just wish me luck. Oh my gosh, when it comes tomorrow and I'm filling it up, good Lord. Good Lord indeed. Hopefully we have enough room. Oh boy, I should have kept a count of how many figures we've unboxed so far, but all I know is this was box 6. How many boxes? Let's find out right now. How many boxes are in here? I don't even know what this one is. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 more boxes. But I will say that 3 of them look like this. And let's look at this right now. You want to know what I bet this is? I bet these are the infantry movement trays. So here was a cavalry one. And so I just bet these are the infantry ones. Oh, please be, because I really want to grab one. No, they're not! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! There are figures in here. Holy cow! And these are amazing figures. Oh my gosh, I was not prepared for that. I thought we were about to look at some, just mundane movement trays, but no, we actually just stumbled upon some of my favorite mercenary units. Okay, okay, whew, take a deep breath. These are serpent sharpshooters. Oh my gosh, these things are freaking gorgeous. Hopefully you can kind of tell. I know the resolution is terrible. These are serpent sharpshooters. Oh my gosh, one of the various mercenary types that you can hire for your army. Oh my gosh, they are so beautiful. But not only that, we have mercenary crossbowmen. Why are these so amazing? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because they are typically crossbowmen and archers in melee are terrible. Oh my gosh, you do not want to get charged. You do not want to enter close combat with an archer or a crossbowman. But these guys, these mercenary crossbows, here is their stat card. They get oodles of attack dice. They have extra, of course, combat strength and range, but they're fantastic in melee. So that is absolutely incredible. I love them. I was not prepared to open this box and find these. This is absolutely insane. And that's not all. We also have Frog Folk Warriors. Oh my gosh. Let me make sure I get their name right. It's Frog Folk something. Yep, Frog Folk Warriors. These were another of my absolute favorites. Look at these toads. Look at these frogs. Oh my gosh. Frog Folk Warriors. That's another unit you can hire. This was a whole box of some of the coolest mercenary units. Oh my gosh, I was not prepared. That's all Frog Folk Warriors, Serpent Sharpshooters. Oh my gosh. And Flail Bearers. Here are a whole bunch of Flail Bearers. Remember when I was saying we haven't seen the Flail Bearers yet? These are Flail Bearers for the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice. And you can always tell it's the Regal Guard when you see their colorful attire, the blue and yellow. Oh my gosh. The Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice Flail Bearers. This may be my favorite box. This may be my favorite box we've looked at so far. And it was just this thin little box. I was not prepared for that. Well, we can leave that as it is, honestly. All right, let's get back to filling up this box. Okay, so now I know those thin little boxes were not... Oh, God, that means we have 14... We still have 14 boxes left. Oh, good night. I wonder where the infantry movement trays are, though. That's what I'm curious about, because I would love to get at least one of those out here so we could take a peek at it. And then maybe later I'll compare it to my prototypes. Because if you saw, because I have done a couple videos about test combats in Battlefields of Mana, and in those videos I used my prototype movement trays that I just created out of cardboard, and honestly I was pretty proud of the ones that I flocked. But these real ones that Alternative Armies did, oh yeah, these are just next level. They are next level. And why? Because they have these rounded edges. See how they're round? And that's perfect with the rounded edges of a figure's base. Look at just how beautiful that looks. Oh, that just looks so nice. The rounded edges and the straight lines. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this arriving on, I know it's Thursday night for me here in the United States, in Nebraska right now, but with my work schedule, it's my Friday. This right here is my Friday night. And honestly, at this point, I would want to spend it no other way. This is giving me life right now. Figures, painted miniature figures that I'm about to roll some dice. Oh my gosh. Shoot some arrows, slash some blades. That's life for me. So, yeah, absolutely love it. Even though my Buccaneers are playing the Bears right now, I should actually take a peek and see how they're doing. But we'll have time for that later. Whether I'm watching or not is not going to change the outcome. Here we go. Another. This is box. I guess this will be box 7 that we did over here, the thin box. This will be box 8. 8 of 20. We're almost halfway there. Can you believe it? We're over 2 hours and not even halfway. Oh gosh. And I'm standing doing all this, and my back is killing me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys, are you kidding me? We have found the Marauder banner bearers. Oh my gosh, because here, now these are decals. I don't care who you are, these have got to be decals. Yeah, they are. You can kind of see a little shine. Because I was going to say these skulls, and of course the resolution here makes it look like just a white blur probably, but in real life you can see the teeth, the nose, everything. And yeah, there's a little bit of a shine. You might be able to kind of catch it there because those are decals. Okay, that is so cool. I am so happy with that. These are the Marauder banner bearers. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. These are freaking insane. Look at them all. So every Marauder unit will have one of these banner bearers with a skull. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, yeah. That is freaking awesome. I was like, that has got to be a decal because no one can paint a. Well, I shouldn't say that. If you check out some of those Golden Demon painters, oh my gosh. They paint like nobody's business. The super finest detail I've ever seen. And that's why I was like, yeah, right. You're painting, I don't know how many of these you'd have to paint. How many Marauder units are there for infantry? There are okay, so highwaymen, bowmen, thugs, and skirmishers. So 4 of each. So 20 of each times 4 is 80. Oh my gosh. So there are at least, well, I should, that's 80 figures, but 4 times 4 is 16. Okay, that's not that bad. So there should be 16 of these skull banner bearers. But look at all these spearmen. We totally glossed over the obsidian eclipse spears. Look at all those. Oh my gosh. And mixed in there are some obsidian eclipse halberdiers. Oh, that's right. Look at these little guys. Let's fix his blade a touch. Oh my gosh. Look at that halberdier. Look at that. I love that pose. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. Imagine just units of halberdiers like this. Oh boy, that's freaking awesome. This is like Christmas morning. Oh, are you kidding me? TGI Thursday, even though technically for me it is my Friday. Because, oh my gosh, am I even going to be able to sleep tonight knowing that I have 1,100 finely painted 15 millimeter figures that I've been waiting 6 months for? Oh my gosh, I need to make room for all these spears. So 20, what is it? So it's 5 times 4. Yeah, so there should be 20 of them, right? That looks like more than 20, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. So these are the spears. They all have the polearm special ability. Polearm gives them the ability to act first in the first round of close combat. It also allows them to use their back rank. That's another big deal because, and here's another example of why I wish I had a infantry base to demonstrate this, but we can demonstrate it with a cavalry base because it's just as wide. Let's put this flag guy in here. I know I keep distracting myself. But that's okay. It's not like this is over 2 hours or anything, right? Okay, so here we go. Here is a unit of spearmen. All right, so typically a unit only allows its front rank to fight, but because the spearmen have the polearm special ability, the back rank also gets to fight. So that's a little special ability that polearm grants them. Not only that, not only do they get to go first in the first round of combat, not only do they get to use their back rank, but they also get a bonus to their when they're fighting cavalry. Let's see, is that in here yet? Yeah, this unit also rerolls attack die results of 1 against mounted units. So, yeah, you roll 1s in your attack as a polearm against mounted. We're re-rolling those. So that's pretty good. Oh, I just love them. Absolutely love them. And that's the other thing I'm going to have to do when all this unboxing is done is actually count them up. I mean, obviously I'm pretty darn sure that they're all here, but we definitely want to make sure, right? So I'm going to have to go through here and line them all up just like this. And these are all here because there should be 20 of them, and here is all 20. 20 figures of each unit type for each army. So there's 20 spearmen for the Obsidian Eclipse, but also 20 spearmen for the Golden Solstice army. So 40 of each unit type, but in 2 poses and 2 paint jobs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I definitely went all out. I'm not going to lie. I probably went overboard. But I mean, this was like a once in a lifetime thing. You know, you come up with the rules for a game and you want to see it come to life. And the best way to do that is through a commission, just a huge commission like this. Look at all these. Here are the mounted. The mounted Marauder cavalry banner bearers with their skull decals on the flag. Oh God, that looks so good. So we have all of the infantry, and now you'll know if a Marauder unit is bearing down on you because they have these amazing skull flags. Oh boy, look at all these. Holy cow, there's so many of them. Oh my gosh, and we found more Marauder units too, I bet. What in the world are those called? Let's find out. Let's see if I even have a card for these in here somewhere. Probably, but oh God, who knows where I've put it. I can't wait until we find the crossbows. Oh my gosh, you guys. Or not crossbows. God, we've already seen tons of crossbows. I can't wait for the siege engines, the catapults. I'm pretty sure this is a Marauder Sergeant, a mounted Marauder Sergeant. Oh my gosh. Add him to a unit of Marauder Cav. Oh my gosh, I'd hate to be the one across the battlefield from them. Okay, here we go. This box in the bottom here is just an absolute ton of Marauder banner bearers, both infantry and cavalry. but then also some Marauder Sergeants, mounted Marauder Sergeants, but also, in addition to all that, we have more Halberdiers. But in addition to those, we also have... God, I want to know what those are called. What are they? Come on. They're Marauder... Oh, I was looking in the wrong pile. That's why. They are Marauder Highwaymen. That's what they are. Here we go. That's what these are. These halberdiers are called Marauder Highwaymen. Oh my gosh, look at that. They have the polearm ability and the Marauder ability. So what is the Marauder ability? Well, with their regular attack dice, they also roll a d10. And on a 7 or above, they do 1 unblockable wound. That is to show the deviousness, the underhandedness of the Marauder. But it's not a d10 per figure, it's just per attack. So you'll be rolling like 6 dice for the... Actually, since they have polearm, you'll be rolling 9 dice. 2 for each of the front figures and 1 for each supporting attack in the rear rank. So these Marauder Highwaymen are going to be rolling 9 dice plus, or so I should say 9d6 plus a d10. So the opposing unit will be able to defend against the 9d6 as normal, but that d10 on a 7 or above is 1 unblockable wound. So you essentially have what? 7, 8, 9, 10, you have a 40% chance. That seems pretty good. 40% chance of doing an unblockable wound per round of combat. So, I mean, it's not a gimme by any means, but it's just a little something extra that the Marauders have. And that's all factored into their stat line. So not only are they, pretty decent warriors on their own, but that Marauder ability just gives them a little something extra. Oh my gosh. Look how and I was trying to multitask with that box. I'm just throwing the bubble wrap on the floor at this point. I was honestly trying to multitask there. I was unboxing the figures and talking at the same time. And so hopefully, if I keep that up, I'll be able to get through this before midnight. I don't know where you guys in your time zone are, but it's almost 9 p.m. Central here in Nebraska. And we've been at this for how long? Almost 2.5 hours. Because we started at almost a little after 6:30 p.m. Central. So 2.5 hours. We've unboxed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This was box number 8 of 20. 2.5 hours. If we pick up the pace a little, maybe we can get through the next 12 boxes in 2.5 hours. And so it'll be what? 9. So it'll be 11:30. We might make it. We might actually unbox all 1,100 figures before midnight Central Time. That's the goal. You heard it here first. Oh my gosh, I don't have high hopes for that though, because more than likely I'm going to end up getting distracted again and go off on a tangent or a show and tell or something. And but you never know. This box here I don't think took too long. There were a lot of figures in it though. But I mean, every box, like I said earlier, it's like Christmas freaking morning. Can you imagine just opening presents after presents? Each one of these figures is like a present, of course, paid for. But still, it's like a surprise because, like I said, if you weren't here earlier when I mentioned, I haven't seen 99.9% of this I have not seen. I saw two pictures. They sent me sneak peek pictures of two little groups of figures, but all the rest of these, this is the first time I'm seeing them. And so far, how would I rate it? 10 out of 10. I mean, there's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind. There's hardly a bent spear. The paint jobs look fantastic. The basing looks amazing. Some of these figures are blowing me away even more than I imagined when I thought of the color scheme and what they might look like. So yeah, these are literally blowing me away. All right, that's probably about as much as we're going to fit in that box. Oh, here we go again. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Fantastic. Okay, moving on to... Oh, good Lord. I keep looking in this box over here, and it's just endless boxes. Endless boxes. I'm gonna need to move like all that off the island because there's not enough room. Okay, here we go. This is box number 9. All right, what are we gonna find in box number 9? Here we go. What is it? Oh my gosh, it's a bunch of flags. Holy cow, are you kidding me? Look at all these banner bearers. And also some men-at-arms. Oh my gosh, look at all those banners. Look at all those. How did they do the mace? Not the mace, the flails. They hand-painted the flails on the flags. Oh my gosh. Here is a banner bearer for the lunar nights of the obsidian eclipse. You can tell that by the crescent moon on the shield. This banner bearer represents a unit of axemen, as you can see the axes on the flags. Holy cow. I am not going to have enough room. I'm going to probably have to do something drastic here. And then we have men-at-arms. We saw some of these earlier with these cudgel, blunt weapons, these men-at-arms for the lunar nights of the obsidian eclipse. We have a buffet of flags in here. We have flags representing units of swordsmen, units of axemen, units of flail bearers, units of men-at-arms. What in the world is this? Spears. This is the spears unit banner bearer. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. This is overwhelming. This is seriously overwhelming. Holy cow, this is insane. Can you believe it? And I've said this already. I've said this 100 times. I never thought about what to expect in terms of the sheer volume of what 1,100 figures might look like. Now, I figured, they're 15 millimeter, so they're going to be smaller than obviously a 25, 28 millimeter, but doesn't matter how small they are, 1,100 of them is still going to be a hell of a lot of figures. This is insanity. Oh my gosh. So we have just banner bearer after banner bearer. What is the griffin? That's what I need to look up. What in the world kind of unit is the griffin supposed to represent? You'd think I'd know because I was the one who requested that griffins get painted on the flags of a certain kind of unit. Oh gosh, what could they be? They're not militia, they're not swordsmen, they're not axemen, they're not flailbearers, they're not men-at-arms, spearmen, halberdiers. Are they Bidors? Oh my gosh. You know what? They may be Bidors. Because they're not archers or crossbowmen, and that's it. That's all the infantry that it could potentially have been. So they'd have to be, and you know what? Because what else would a Bidor symbol look like? It would look like a spear, and we already used the spear symbol for the spearmen. So I bet that the Bidor is the griffin. Even though that's kind of bizarre to me, because a Bidor is not necessarily an elite kind of unit, but they have the freaking coolest banner. Oh boy, but you know what? Good for them. Good for the Bidors. I'm just in love. Whoever free-handed these flags, I applaud you because this looks unreal. Here's some more cavalry officers. Oh yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of those. We've already seen a lot of those, and we're going to see many more because I went way overboard on the amount of cavalry officers. I have enough cavalry officers to make them their own type of unit, like elite. Maybe we'll call them elite heavy cav or something like that. Oh my gosh. You guys! Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? We're getting into ranged cavalry now. Holy cow. These are all mounted crossbowmen. Not all of them, but a good portion of these are mounted crossbowmen. Are you kidding me? That is absolutely insane. Okay, that's cool. And these are mounted crossbowmen for the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. And is that what all these are? I think so. I think there's 20 of them here. Along with some, oh, that's right, some mounted militia banner bearers for the Regal Knights of the Golden Solstice as well. Oh my gosh. I'm just glad that these rank up nice because, they're holding their crossbows out, but, it's perfectly fine. 2 of them, 3 of them side by side don't interfere with the other. Oh, mounted crossbows are fantastic. Not only do you have the stopping power of a crossbow, but you have the nimbleness of the cavalry. So you have +1 to your combat dice, and you have the special ability nimble, which means normally you can either move twice and do nothing, or move once and also attack. Well, nimble gives you 1 free movement action, so you can move once and move again and either engage in a ranged attack or a close combat attack. So for a mounted crossbowman, the nimble ability means they can shoot halfway up the field and still fire. Okay. Here, these last 4 are banner bearers for mounted militia, and you can see the pitchfork on the flag. So that's right, even basic, mundane mounted militia still get a pretty sweet banner bearer for their unit. Okay, so now let's fill up this box, and we will, oh my gosh, move on. So this was what, box 9? So we are now about to open box number 10. And once we get done with the 10th box, we will be halfway home. Oh my gosh, halfway. That seems like there still seems like so much more. Because we have 10 more boxes to open after we open the next box. Holy cow, I'm going to end up losing my voice too. Jeez Louise, this is already 2.5 hours. All right, but you know what? This is like a once-in-a-lifetime thing for me to receive a commission of 1,100 figures. So, yeah, I figured this would be a decent way to do this, because could you imagine if because obviously this video will be available again to like rewatch on my channel, but if this video popped up and it's going to end up being 5 hours, I don't know, can a live video even go on that long? This is totally new. I am inexperienced at live videos, so I have no idea if it times out after a certain point or cuts it or something. I have no idea. But so could you imagine though, you check your subscriptions and I have a 5 hour video there? How many people would be like, no. So that's why I was like, well, I want to get this on video, but do I do it my normal way where I record it and then upload it? Can you imagine uploading a 5 hour video? Good night. So I was like, you know what? Let's go live. And so that's what we did. So far, so good. But yeah, because that's insane. I was like, this is probably the best way to do this because, people filter in, filter out. And that's absolutely fantastic. You caught a glimpse. If you have been here for any portion of the video, you can now say you caught a glimpse. You were there when 1,100 figures were unboxed for at least a portion of it. And that is an achievement in and of itself. And I mean, just unboxing 1,100 figures is an achievement. Good night. Oh my gosh, this is insanity. Okay. Box number, every time I swear I look over in this box of boxes and I swear it like fills back up again. Oh, I still can't see the bottom of that box. Okay, so here is box number 10, I believe, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, this is box number 10. What is it? What do you think it's going to be? More infantry, cavalry, mercenaries? What is it? Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me right now? Look at this. Okay. And you're probably saying to yourself, Rick, you should know what to expect. You commission these figures. I know. Believe me, I know. But it's still freaking insane to see these in person for the first time. Folks, here are some men-at-arms for... We already saw men-at-arms for the Obsidian Eclipse monarchy. Here are some men-at-arms for the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice. And you probably can't even make out what it has. But he has a buckler shield and a sword. So there's going to be 20 of these guys. And again, colors. The colors in that yellow and green motif. Very bright, very gaudy. I keep putting figures back in their box to save some room, but obviously when I'm putting figures back in the box, I'm not putting as many in the box as I took out of the box. So, so the space I have left is really running short. And then here's a whole bunch of more infantry commanders. More unit commanders for infantry units. And I mean, they look pretty sweet in their armor, shield, sword. And again, way too many of those than I'll ever need. But you know what? That's why I was kind of thinking to myself, hey, I have so many of those, maybe I could turn them into a unit of like elite guardsmen or something like that. Because also you field a warlord. Your warlord is the commander of your army. It isn't the end of the world if he gets slain in battle, but my God, it crushes your initiative. Oh my gosh! Oh boy, I should have like prepared myself before I pulled these guys out. Oh my gosh. Folks, these are This is another mercenary unit. This is a unit of great swords. Oh my gosh. Look at those gigantic broadswords, long swords. Oh my gosh. This is another unit that you can purchase, mercenaries for hire. So sure, you field your army in battlefields of mana with your archers and your flail bearers and your swordsmen, your men-at-arms and whatnot. I mean, again, there's 16 different core unit types. But then you want a little something extra. You hire a unit of mercenaries. Oh my gosh, and this is a unit of great swords. Oh, good lord, great swords are impressive. Where's their stat card? Here we go. Here we go. Told you I would get distracted again. Okay, unit of great swords. Attack dice 3. That's 3 attack dice per figure in the front rank. That's 9 dice. And look at this. Combat strength +1 means every one of those dice add 1 to the result. Are you kidding me? And look at their initiative. Initiative 3. You know what? I honestly probably shouldn't be showing these cards because I've updated the stats of a lot of figures. This is the most up-to-date stat sheet. These cards were made, and then I've revised them since. I made these cards because I will remake them with the updated stats and pictures that I take myself of the actual figures I have in hand. So really, we should be looking at this. Okay, so great swords. Yep, everything looks the same on them except initiative. It dropped to 2. That's because I nerfed initiative all the way down the line because it's an initiative bonus. So you add that to the roll of a d6. So they are initiative. So they have a +2 to the roll of a d6, which is still pretty good. I mean, you add 2 to a d6, and that's your initiative, especially when you're talking about other units that have a unit initiative of 1, or some have an initiative bonus of 0. Okay, so here's more unit commanders for infantry, as well as a whole bunch more of the Golden Solstice men-at-arms. Men-at-arms are freaking amazing, by the way. Let's see. Men-at-arms. So they have 2 attack dice apiece. They are also +1 to their, but they also have a shield wall defense special ability. And that means when they're rolling their defense dice, any 6s explode. Oh, that's right. So when they're rolling for defense, any 6s they roll explode and give you you basically roll another d6. You roll another d6 for every 6 you roll. So if you roll, your defense dice, let's say you roll 5 dice and 3 of them are 6s. I mean, that would be an outstanding roll as is. But you'd be rolling 3 more dice. That's insane. So the men-at-arms, I mean, that is just a unit that's both offensive and fantastic at defense, because they still roll 6 dice in attack. All the dice are +1, and when they get attacked, all their 6s explode. I mean, that's freaking insane. Oh my gosh. Will you look at all of these cavalry banners that are in the bottom of this box? Just when you think we've seen it all, we've seen hordes of banner bearers. Oh my gosh, that's absolutely nuts. But we haven't seen them all. And here's several more great swords, because again, a unit consists of 6 figures. However, one of the 6 is a banner bearer. So only 5 figures in a unit are the actual unit sculpts. So with a mercenary unit, each player can only field 1 of each mercenary unit. So that's why there are 10 great swords. And now we just have an absolute ton of, and here's a Obsidian Eclipse cavalry unit commander. But then we just have tons of these banner bearers. And I mean, I love the crossed lances. Look at the crossed lances. Oh my gosh. Here's a crossbowman. Oh, holy cow. Holy moly. This is absolutely insanity. Are you kidding me? Let me get out all the lines I typically use. This is fantastic. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? What else? I'm sure I say more than that. But yeah, I mean, we're running out of adjectives at this point. Lots of unit commanders, lots. And here's some generics. So here are some generic cavalry unit commanders. So I have both generic cavalry unit commanders and generic infantry unit commanders, because you need to put a banner bearer with the mercenary units as well, and a banner bearer of your own faction to denote who controls that unit. And what else? Also, because I've said this earlier too, but we're going on 3 hours now, so it's definitely been a while since I last said it, but this is not my first commission with Alternative Armies. So I have hundreds of other painted 15 millimeter figures from them, and all I need is 5 of a particular sculpt, and then boom, there's a new special unit maybe I could use for a scenario or make a new mercenary unit out of. So that's why I have so many generic banner bearers, because then I can stick one of those with the new unit to denote ownership. Oh my gosh. This is 5 times larger than my last Alternative Armies commission. Is that not insanity? 5 times larger, because the last one I did was just over 200 figures in it, and I thought that was unbelievable. That was for Warriors of Mana. 200 some figures. I thought, oh my gosh, this was the biggest commission. Well, not necessarily. I've commissioned, you've probably seen, or if you haven't, go check it out, my commissions from Blue Table Painting for Warhammer Fantasy. I did armies for the Empire, Wood Elves, and Orcs and Goblins. And those had a lot of figures in them too. And of course, those are 28 millimeter, so they're bigger and more expensive per figure to have painted. So again, these were about $3 and change a figure. But of course, that is based on, I got a really nice discount. And I mentioned that earlier as well. They gave a 15% discount. And I was like, okay, that'll be cool. They had that promotion going on. All right, so the cost of the figures themselves will be 15% off. Oh no, they applied the 15% discount to the painting as well. Can you imagine an artist giving you 15% off their paint job? I mean, I can understand a parts discount, a discount on the merchandise, but a discount on the art of painting, that seems insane. And I mean, they've done an absolute fantastic job. All right, I'm just going to fill in this last row here and we'll move on. I think we're at the halfway point, and we are at just under 3 hours. So again, the goal is to be done by midnight Central Standard Time here in the States. All right, here's another completed box. Oh, look at all those banners. Are you kidding me? Anyone familiar with Battle Lore? It kind of reminds me of Just a whole bunch of battle lore figures. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. I need some water. I am going to lose my voice by the end of this. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Box number 11. No clue whatsoever what is in this box. No clue whatsoever as what has been in pretty much any of these boxes, to be honest. All right, what do we have? Oh my gosh. I see someone peeking out. First of all, can I just pat myself on the back for choosing the green base scheme? I mean, that just looks freaking amazing. At least personally, I feel it looks freaking amazing. Look at these guys. Who in the world is this? Is this an executioner? Look at this guy. Oh my gosh. That, I think, is another mercenary. Where? Yep. Okay, folks. This is unbelievable. So here's an executioner. The executioner is a single figure mercenary that you can hire and add to any one of your units. And that figure, I mean, it rolls 3 attack dice, but it has the special ability execute. So if it rolls any 6s, is that figure just dead, or is it 1 unblockable wound? Let me check. I got the abilities here. I'm pretty sure it's just a wound. Execute is an ability that can be used in close combat only. Roll this figure's attack separately. 5s and 6s are unblockable wounds. The execute ability can be used to target a single figure in an opposing unit in close combat. Oh my gosh. Other results, 1 to 4, still have to be defended against normally, so it'll still, do its wounds. Oh, I wish I had some dice over here. I really want to roll. 3 dice. Where did he go? I just put him down. Here we go. So this little guy, this executioner with his big axe, he rolls 3 dice. 5s and 6s are unblockable wounds. Stick him in a unit. He also has, and again, this is wrong. It hasn't been updated at the very least. What else does he have? He also has initiative. He does still have initiative 3. And I mean, that's a big deal. Because when you look at the executioner, he has initiative of 3. And I mean, you look at core units, most of them are 1s and 2s. So you stick the executioner in a unit, not only is he doing some damage, but he's also lifting the initiative of the entire unit. So that is pretty sweet. Okay, now we have some like warlords. These are some figures you can use to lead your forces. So we have some different ones. So because I wanted a variety. If you're going to have a warlord lead your unit, I have both males and females. Same thing with the sorcerers. So we have sorcerers, both male and female. So, yeah, you can mix and match. I think that's fantastic. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Look, they gave me 2 poses. And that is awesome. I never even thought to ask for 2 poses. I actually thought they were both going to be this pose. Look at that executioner. Oh my gosh. But then you have this one too. How cool is that? Oh my gosh. And again, each unit can have 1 of any mercenary type. Okay, folks, I'm looking at something here. That is blowing me away. There's actually a couple things. Now, first, we got to fix this axe very carefully. Oh, of course. There we go. So these little guys are, and I know they're little, but I really shouldn't be like demeaning them like that. These are mountain dwarves. So this is another mercenary unit. And it looks like there's two poses. Actually, there may be more than two. Looks like multiple poses of mountain dwarves. And this is another mercenary unit that you can hire to lead, or not lead, but have in your unit, or in your army rather. Oh my gosh, mountain dwarves are fantastic, but look, here's another unit of mercenary billmen. These are probably my favorite figures, some of my favorite figures anyway. Look at these bills. Oh my gosh, mercenary billmen. Oh my gosh. So here's some more mountain dwarves, because there's a fantasy aspect to it. Of course, there's dwarves. I mean, we already saw serpent sharpshooters, frog folk warriors. Now there's mountain dwarves. This guy's bent. Here's some more bowmen. Now these have got to be Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice bowmen. Oh my gosh, that's freaking amazing. Another mountain dwarf. And these billmen though, oh my gosh. These billmen are insane. I know, I keep pulling up the stats. Here they are, the billmen. 2 dice apiece, armor 2, movement 4, initiative 2, health 2. So, I mean, so their benefit is they only cost 3. They have the polearm special ability, but they also have the assault special ability. Now, what does assault do? Just like shield wall, 6s explode. But unlike shield wall, which is 6s explode in defense, assault, 6s explode in attack. And if you were here earlier when I explained what polearm does and how the polearm special ability gives them an extra rank of figures, so they're rolling 2 dice per figure in the front rank. They are rolling 1 extra die for each supporting figure in the back rank. And yeah, so that's 9 attack dice, assuming they haven't lost anyone. Rolling 9 dice, 6s explode. 6s give you more dice. Here are some infantry unit commanders for the Obsidian Eclipse faction with the crescent moons on their shields. So that's why billmen are amazing. They only cost 3 points. They roll 9 dice, 6s explode, and they go first in the first round of combat, assuming they're not up against another unit with polearm, because then it cancels it out and you still just roll off for initiative in that case. Actually, I think it says they go simultaneously, but I think I need to update that. Oh my gosh, it is simultaneous. Maybe I will leave it alone then. It says these attacks are simultaneous if engaging an opposing unit that also has polearm. I'm okay with that. And the reason I'm okay with that is because polearm is a special ability that you paid for that unit, and that's why that unit cost that much, was because they had the polearm special ability. So if you don't get to go first, that's kind of an ouch, because you're going to lose back rank units, and being a unit with polearm, that's one of your main benefits, is that you get to use the back rank figures. So if you lose back rank figures, you don't get the full benefit of polearm in the first round of combat. So having them go simultaneously means both units of polearms will get their full allotment of attack dice. So I'm okay with that. Let's leave that as it is. Okay, so, oh my gosh. Here we go, folks. You're looking at the highest cost unit for the Obsidian Eclipse faction. These are the Lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse heavy cavalry. Oh yeah. They have collision. When they enter combat with an opposing unit, whether or not they charged, that doesn't matter. As soon as they come into contact with an opposing unit, assuming they were the ones who moved into contact, they get collision. And what is collision? Collision is a d6 amount of free attacks done right then and there. And we have someone else who snuck in here. Look at this. Who is this guy? I think it's light cavalry. I think we just found a unit of obsidian. No, we didn't. That's not light cav. Unless that's light cav for a different unit. Who is that? Light cav. Heavy cav. It must be light cavalry for it must be light cavalry for the Regal Guard. Is it? Mounted militia? Oh, it is mounted militia. Oh my gosh, you guys, we found our first mounted militia. This is mounted militia for the Lunar Knights. Oh my gosh, we found one. I've been waiting for these guys. Of course, I've already put away the mounted banner bearer that would go with them. But we finally found an example of mounted militia. Can you believe it? Unreal. That is freaking awesome. Okay, so we have, and this is all lunar Knights of the Obsidian Eclipse. So we saw mounted militia. Now here are some heavy cav. Oh, that's right. Oh, geez. Well, I shouldn't drop them. But yeah, so it's all cavalry right now. I see someone else in here. Who is that? Here's some more. So it's a mix right now of heavy cav, mounted militia. So there's actually 3 tiers of cavalry. There are 3 tiers of melee cavalry. I should put it that way. Because, of course, there's also ranged cavalry, which we are not talking about right now. But for the mounted units that engage in close combat as their specialty, there are 3 tiers. There's heavy cavalry, light cavalry, and mounted militia. And mounted militia are just as the name says. It's like you stuck a peasant militia on a horse. You're not getting much better out of them than a typical militia peasant, but you do get the speed of cavalry and you get the initiative bonus to cavalry. Because how did I word that cavalry ability? I said +1 initiative bonus to non-polearm infantry. That's it. And then look at this. I think this is the first example of a mounted crossbowman for the Regal Knights of the Golden Solstice. Here he is. Because they went with that same green and yellow scheme that we've been seeing. Because here, look. You can see the green and yellow on the mounted crossbow. You can see the green and yellow on the men-at-arms. So I like the cohesion. But then again, you also have other colors. Like again, these spears with the red, blue, and yellow. Oh my gosh, those are gorgeous. Okay, yeah. So I was like, all right, so that was one, kind of a random one. But yeah, all of a sudden, here is a whole bunch more mounted crossbowmen for the Golden Solstice nights. Oh my gosh. And they've done them in different colors. Oh, I love this. You can kind of see, so this one has yellow on that side, green on that side. This one's green on that side, yellow on that side. So it's the same color scheme, but different patterns. Okay, that's just cool. And a bunch more of those. All right. What else do we have in this box? Holy cow. Well, there is literally all the rest of... Who is that? Is that... Yeah, I guess that's Mounted Militia. All the rest of the lunar... Well, I should get this name right. The Obsidian Eclipse Mounted Militia. Oh my gosh, look at all those guys. Obsidian Eclipse Mounted Militia. Holy cow. When you think there are 20 of each figure, I mean, it's just impressive. 20 of each figure. And there's how many different figure types? And then you have to times that by 2 because the sculpts are different for each army. So it's 20 figures per army, per unit type. And each army has 20. So it's actually 40. 40 individual figures for each unit type. That's insane. Putting it simply, folks, that is insane. All right. So we finally got this box emptied. Holy cow. Good grief. Look at all this on this table right here. And this is all the stuff that I haven't been able to put back in a box yet. So what I'm going to do after we unbox all 1,100 of these figures, here's the game plan. After we finish the unboxing, we are going to, well, I shouldn't say we. I am going to unbox them all again because I keep putting them back in these boxes, but I'm going to unbox them all again to take a massive picture. I'll probably lay something down on this kitchen island because, like someone said earlier, the way the the quartz looks, it kind of blends the figures in. So I'll probably lay a battle mat or something over this island and then lay out all 1,100 figures if I can. I'm starting to doubt now if 1,100 figures are going to fit at the same time. But assuming they can, we are going to lay them all out for, the grand picture of all the figures. And then I'm going to start taking individual pictures of each figure so I can make updated unit cards, because right now these pictures on these unit cards are of the stock photos from the Alternative Armies website. And of course, those unit cards do not have the latest stats on them either. So I'm going to make full brand new unit cards with updated pictures and stats. And that's important because tomorrow I'm also getting my huge display case where I'm going to put all these figures and I'm going to have their unit cards propped up with the figures. So you'll look at the display case. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's a whole bunch of Billmen. And it'll have their stats right there. So when you're going to the case to grab which figures you want for your army, obviously you'll have handouts and stuff too that'll tell you. But if you wanted to just kind of compare 2 units side by side in the case, you can see their stat cards right there as well. So that'll be really handy. And I think it's going to be just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, can you imagine a display case with 1,100 painted 15 millimeter figures. I mean, that's my dream. And it's about to come to reality. And if you were not here earlier when I mentioned that that display case is not going in the game room, because if you've seen the game room videos and stuff, you know there is no room down there for a display case of this size. So it's going in the living room. Oh my gosh, look at this. Boom! Huge box, mostly of Cav. Holy cow. Okay, time for another drink. All right. So, let's pop open another box. Good grief. You know what? Let's do this box. I have a feeling this box is infantry bases because it's taped all the way around. Whereas the other boxes, figures were rubber banded. All right, here we go. Here we go. If this is infantry bases, you are about to hear one happy son of a gun. Oh my gosh, this whole thing is bubble wrapped. Yes. Folks, this entire box is full of these packets of infantry bases. Oh, look at this. These are not just infantry bases, they're infantry movement trays. So let's talk about the movement trays again briefly. It's probably been 2 hours since I last discussed them. We have a movement tray for cav, a movement tray for infantry. Each one of these trays holds 6 figures. So for example, a cavalry movement tray will have the banner bearer and 5 figures for the unit. Now, these cavalry figures are based on 20 millimeter wide bases and 30 millimeter deep bases. But in order to be able to, first of all, hello, does that not just look freaking gorgeous as hell? Now, in order to be able to get a good grip on them, these movement trays are 5 millimeters deeper and wider than the figures on top. So it's 65 square millimeters. And that's to accommodate being able to hold them. Because I did a set of prototype where they were exactly 60 by 60, and the figure bases kind of overhung. And so when you try to pick those up, you end up the figure bases kind of, get bent up over each other, and it's impossible to pick them up. So having them like this, look at that. Oh my gosh. So that's an example of a cavalry. And now, can you believe it? We just found the entire box. Over 3 hours in, we found the box of infantry bases. So let's do it. Let's put together an infantry unit to show you how this looks. And this is also to see for myself how this turned out. Oh my gosh. This is illegal because this is a Marauder standard bearer, and Marauders are unable to hire billmen. But as an example, boom, here you go. So here's what it would look like. Oh my gosh, I'm freaking in love. Are you kidding me? Oh boy, that is just too much. I'm in love. So here we go. We have the whole box of cavalry bases there. Now we have just found the entire box of infantry bases. Oh my gosh. And if we look at the stats, I have the invoice here. There are a total of 152 of those movement trays. Isn't that insane? How many infantry do you think there are in this out of the 1100? Oh, that's right. 741 infantry. Okay, now we're on to the next box. So we found the infantry movement trays. So that means literally everything else should be figures. Oh my gosh, you guys. We've been at this for over 3 hours and we are just over halfway. What time is it? It's almost 10 p.m. Central Time here in, I was going to say gorgeous, but, you know, subjective, I guess. Nebraska. Oh my gosh. Look what we have in this box. Are you kidding me? This is a bunch of units we have not seen yet for the Golden Solstice Monarchy. And we'll start with archers. Now, I love the pose on these archers because they're like lean back, ready to fire. And the colors, oh my gosh, yes. What do they have? They have like red, green, yellow. Yep. That is freaking fantastic. Okay, so what box is this? I've lost count. Doesn't even matter, but I'm still curious. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This can't be the 11th box, can it? It may be the 11th box. And if that's the case, we still have a long ways to go. But here we go. All sorts of infantry. Specifically, a ton of archers. But then also, if you see what I see, probably not, because the resolution of this live video is not the best. Again, folks, I'm sorry for the short notice when I said, hey, I'm going live in a half hour. Because I didn't know when this order was going to get here, to be honest. And then when it did, I was like ready to tear into it. I didn't even prep anything. And so I forgot to hook my phone up to Wi-Fi. So I think that's probably why the resolution's not the best, because I'm just working on, just my standard old data. All right, so these guys here are Bidowers. Oh my gosh, look. So they have shields with the sun. That means, of course, they're Regal Guard. Spears ready to be thrown with another spear in the other hand at the ready to also throw. So why would you choose some of these Bidower units over a spear or over an archer? Because they kind of do both. They have pole arm and they have range. Now, they don't have very much range because throwing a spear is nowhere near as, as long range as a bow. But but they offset their short range by also not being terrible in melee. They have pole arm. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Look at all of these cavalry. Are you kidding me? Here we go, folks. We're about to dive into another huge box of cavalry. Now, I want to get this right. It looks like there's a couple different kinds of cav in here. Now, who is this? Who is this? This looks like either mounted militia for the Regal Guard or maybe light cavalry, but I thought we already saw light cavalry. So, who do we have here? We saw mounted militia for the Obsidian Eclipse. Oh my gosh, no. Mounted militia. That's what mounted militia looks like. So then who is that? I'm sorry, I'm just talking to myself because I'm like, that's got to be light cav then. No, we already saw light cav, so who is that? Oh my gosh, I am so confused. I have no idea who these are. Oh, well, I don't know. This is insane. Oh my gosh, could those be? Those aren't Marauder Cav. Oh my gosh, those might be. I thought we already saw Marauder Cavalry, but maybe these are just more of them? I was like, who in the world are those? I have no clue still. I'm thinking they may be Marauder Cavalry. But whoever they are, they look pretty darn cool. And then, but the other thing I saw in here, which shocked me of how freaking amazing they looked, is the mounted militia. Now, I'll admit, these guys probably look too cool to be mounted militia because they have feathers in their cap, and I'm pretty sure militia wouldn't. But are these mounted militia? Yeah, they are. These are mounted militia. And they have a couple different color schemes, which is nice because, you know, they won't all look the same. But you can imagine a flashy unit having, you know, maybe, you know, militia. Nobles, maybe, I guess. I don't think no nobles would be knights. They wouldn't be militia. These are just very fancy looking militia. Let's just leave it at that. Yep, that's what all these guys are. So here are 20. Now, not all 20 were here on the top of this box, but what do we have here? There's 10, 11. So here's 11 mounted militia for the Regal Guard. All right, next up. Oh my gosh, even more. All the rest of the mounted militia and more mounted longbows. Oh, that's right, mounted longbowmen. So we got a lot going on here. We have just tons and tons of mounted units. This box was full of mounted units. Militia, as well as what I believe was Marauder Cavalry, in addition to mounted longbows, which I thought we saw earlier, but again, not all 20 of a single unit was in the same box, I guess. They were split into multiple boxes. Oh my good lord, look at all these guys. All right, we're almost done with this box. And then, folks, I don't know who, out of anyone watching, who's been watching the longest. Because we are on almost 3.5 hours. Oh my gosh, and we still have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boxes. Oh boy, this is insane. All right, so now we have all these mounted, I shouldn't say mounted. They are Marauder Cavalry, is what I'm 90% sure that those are. And then we have mounted militia for the Regal Guard, and they absolutely look very regal for militia, as well as mounted longbowmen. And I want to say that those are Regal Guard mounted longbowmen, but don't quote me on that, because when they're simple paint schemes like that, they could be for either faction. But I am pretty sure they are Regal guard. But you never know. All right. So, filling up this box as much as we can to make some room for the next box. And we're getting close to the catapults. Oh my gosh, that's what I'm excited for. The monsters and the catapults. I mean, I'm excited for all of this, obviously. But what I am beyond excited for, which is going to be coming up shortly, is the monsters and the catapults. The siege engines. Not just catapults. Also some kind of arcane sorcery cannons called mana shard cannons. Oh my gosh, look at all these bidowers. I mean, oh dear, there is so much going on here. This is absolutely insane. All right, so here we go. Finally filled this box up. Boom. All right, another box look. Oh, look at all those. Are you kidding me? Look at those. That is insane. Imagine 20 boxes, essentially. Well, and it'll be way more than 20 boxes because a box is not holding, the way I'm packing these boxes is only holding about half of the figures that came in the box. Maybe more than half. Oh my goodness. I wonder if Alternative Armies had all these boxes. They must. Or if they actually had to go buy some to fulfill this commission, because this is insane. Okay, here we go. I've lost track. I have no clue what number box this is. What do you think? Take your guess. What is in this box? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I see Regal Guard Halberdiers. I see Regal Guard Swordsmen. I see... God, are those... I think those... Yeah, those are Regal Guard Swordsmen. And I see Obsidian Eclipse Axemen, which are honestly some of my favorite axemen of all. Okay, so let's take a look. All right. This guy's axe is bent. Let's carefully... Don't want to overdo it. Okay, I think we got it. So here is an example of an Obsidian Eclipse Axeman. How am I doing on battery life? Okay, we're still charging. We are still charging. That's good. Someone asked me if I live on an acreage. No, I absolutely don't, though my gosh, at times I wish I did. Honestly, if I could do it all over again, would I have built a house here? I don't know. I would honestly, of course, it's probably everyone's dream. It's not unique to me, but I would have preferred some land. Just a decent chunk of land. Part of me says I don't need as big of a house as I have. But part of me says I need a bigger house because, good Lord, just all the hobbies. The materialism. The sheer materialism of my hobbies takes up so much space. But if I could find decent land around here, the problem is property tax around here is insanity. Oh my gosh. It's nearly 3%. And when you're talking, I won't get into specifics, but I'm just saying, oh my gosh, property tax is absolutely insane. Okay, so those were Obsidian Eclipse Axemen. Here are some Regal Guard Swordsmen. Oh, that's right. They managed to get the sun icon on the shields. Swordsmen are cheap, but effective. You know what would have been cool? I mean, I have all sorts of acrylic stands. I mean, I don't know. Again, this was the last second thing to do, so you kind of have an overall view of the mess. But I was thinking it might actually have been better if I had this focused with higher resolution on like a little round turntable. And as I pull out a new type of figure, sticking it on there so you just get a close, clear look at a 360 of the figure. But because I am going to do so many more videos on these and do close-ups of each unit type and stuff, so there will definitely be more opportunities for that in the future. So right now, though, we have a boatload of Regal Guard swordsmen. So there should be 20 of those as well, which is fantastic. And then that's what all these are. That's good. Because some boxes had, ooh, here's some new ones. I don't think these are new necessarily, but they are different than what we've been seeing. These are more infantry unit commanders for the Obsidian Eclipse. Again, I way over bought those. Way more Obsidian Eclipse infantry unit commanders than I will ever need in my entire life. And then one last Regal Guard swordsman. Can you believe it? We've unboxed how many hundreds of figures? Only one broken blade and one almost broken axe that I'm going to touch up a little bit because it's really loose. Partially my fault because I tried bending it back and I bent it too far. But I mean, are you kidding me? Out of all this, and that's the only issue so far? Good Lord. Look at all these banner bearers. Look at all these unit commanders. But the most exciting thing that I'm seeing here now is the halberdiers. These are the halberdiers for, oh, that's right, the Regal Guard. Regal Guard halberdiers in all their bright, colorful glory. So those are awesome. And there's a bunch of those and a ton more of these Obsidian Eclipse unit commanders. There are almost as many unit commanders as there are freaking soldiers. I mean, it's insane how many of those I ended up getting. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So we have all those out of there. Let's be careful with how I am pulling these figures out of here. I don't want to catch a halberd on the bubble wrap. All right. There's a few more, and there's several more, and then there's a whole... Oh, God, Rick, come on. Be careful. Then there's several more. There's a whole nother layer of figures under this layer. Oh, my gosh. I know I've said this 1,000 times, but good God, is this a lot of figures? I mean, are you kidding me? This is insanity. This is insanity. Okay. Because I'm looking at what's laid out here, and this is just the overflow. I've put boxes of figures back up in stacks surrounding me. So 1,100 figures is absolutely insane. That's all I can say. Look at these guys. Are these flags different? No, I guess they're the same. I was like, what? I can't believe the detail they got in the freehand on these flags. You probably can't see it because of this terrible resolution, but we have spears, pitchforks. I mean, they look absolutely amazing. But the funny thing is, most of the time when I'm pulling out these flag bearers, is that the corresponding units are not in the box. Because I would love to say, okay, here's a unit of spearmen, and here are their standard bearers. Well, as a matter of fact, we do have this. I just want to do this right now. So here is a spearman banner bearer. Put him on there, and look at this. Here are the spearmen themselves. So here is a look at exactly what one complete unit is going to look like. Oh my gosh, look at that. That there is a unit of Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice Spearmen. Holy cow, that just looks so good. I'm going to set that right there. All right, and the fact that I can pick it up and set it down that easily is a tribute to the design of the movement trays, because good Lord, without that 5mm overlap, it would be nearly impossible to pick up or set down those movement trays. All right, here we go. Looking in the bottom of this tray. Oh my gosh, look at all those infantry banners. Holy cow. That's insane. Look at that. Is that not nuts? Okay, so we have a whole row of Regal Guard archers and 3 rows of Regal Guard banner bearers covering, it looks like, most unit types. So we have banner bearers depicting axes. I don't even know where I'm going to put these. I'm out of room. We have banner bearers depicting swords. We have, what is this, spears? Yep, more spears. I believe that's more axes. Pitchforks, swords, axes, pitchforks. God, I swear, how many? I should only need 4 of each of these. I don't know why. It just feels like I have so many. Halberds are what those are. A sun. So again, these are just the generic banners that can be used. And then swords and spears again. Crossbows and more generic suns. Halberds. Oh my gosh, I love when they have blue in their uniform. It just looks so nice. So Renaissance-y. All right, and then crossbows. Multiple more crossbows. God, this is nuts. Why? Why? I'm trying to remind myself, why do I have so many banner bearers depicting crossbows when this army can only have 4 units of crossbows? I am just so confused. Unless I thought to myself that maybe some of my other figures, my other crossbow figures, I may want to use with this army. I have no idea. I have no idea what I was thinking. But I guess it's better to have more than enough than too few, right? All right, now we got a ton of archers again, and we are so out of room. Okay, here's some more archers. After this box, ooh, that was almost a catastrophe. Rick, be careful. I know it's after 10 p.m., but come on. All right, so we still have 6 boxes left. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. We got to fill this box back up again. Okay, but since it's infantry, we should be able to fit a ton of infantry in here. Look at all these banners. This is insane. Oh boy. This is a lot of figures. I'm just wondering if I'm going to have, number 1, enough room in the display case. Number 2, is there going to be enough room on this island to display them all for the picture? Oh my goodness. I'm going to be taking so many pictures and so many videos, so many up-close videos, unit descriptions, test combats, battle reports. But that's the question. Do I do all of this Battlefields of Mana stuff on this channel? Or do I do it on its own separate Battlefields of Mana channel? Because, I just don't know. We'll have to poll. We'll have to post a poll and find out. Look at all these banners. Are you kidding me? Look at all those. Look at all those. And that's not even any of them. That is not even a significant number of them. That's just what we've polled out of this lot so far. That's absolutely nuts. Okay, so let's keep this up. And we have to be getting down. I know there's still 6 boxes left, but 2 of the boxes are small, and 3 of the boxes are holding the larger figures. Larger figures as in catapults, monsters, things of that nature. So there will be fewer of those. So there's 3 boxes of large stuff. So there will be, so that's 3 boxes of not a whole lot of stuff. 2 very thin boxes of not a lot of stuff. And only 1 more box that's this size. So we are, even though there's still 6 boxes left, God, I am, like, my voice is cracking. Because we are going on almost 4 hours. Can you believe it? Oh my gosh. This is the longest video of my entire life. Okay, so anyway. So yeah, I mean, even though there's 6 boxes left, that sounds like a lot. And it is. Again, it's not 6 boxes of this size, which would be insane. If there were still 6 boxes of this size left, well, I'd still open them. I would, yep, because I made a commitment. I said we're unboxing 1,100 figures. And sure, it may take me 6 hours, but I'm going to do it. Even if it's almost, but my goal is still achievable. My goal of trying to get this all done by midnight central, I think, is still possible, because it's not even 10:30 yet. I honestly thought I'd be done by 11:30, but that's only about an hour from now. Okay, here's another box look. Oh, look at all those figures. And the hard part for me is going to be when I want to now unbox these all again to set them up in their units and stuff. I've been sticking them in these boxes haphazardly, so I'm going to be looking through 20 boxes to find each figure. Okay, here we go. Let's do oh my gosh, this is a heavy one. What could be in here making this one so heavy? Or maybe it's just because I'm getting weaker as the thing goes on. All right, here we go. This is the last box of this size. Okay, let's see what we've got. We're cracking into a new box, folks. What do we got here? Oh my gosh. It's cavalry. It's cavalry like we've never seen. And by that I mean there's something special in here. Look at these. These are pack mules. Are you kidding me? So these are obviously scenario based. If you had a wagon train or a convoy, or get supplies from one side of the board to the other, or defend the supplies or whatever, or get the supplies to you to reinforce you, or so anyway, these are just little objectives, little pack mules, so that's cool. I was wondering at what point we would run into those. And then we have just a whole bunch more of mounted crossbowmen For the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice. Oh, that's right. The Regal Guard are here to stay, and they've brought their mounted crossbowmen with them. Not only mounted crossbowmen, oh no, oh my gosh, these were painted exceptionally well. And two different colors too. Look at, I know I say look at like you can actually see the resolution on here is terrible, but uh, man, if you could only see the lines of color between on this guy, it's just unbelievable. So these are mounted longbows, and I'm pretty sure these are for the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice. So we should have 20 of those. Good God. Can you even imagine 20 of those? Jeez Louise. Just the fact that there are over 1,100 figures just absolutely blows my mind. All right, so we got a bunch of those longbowmen. We have a bunch of these crossbowmen. So it was this whole top of this box was ranged cavalry. Which, hey, I am a big fan of ranged cav. Okay, so... Oh my gosh, I never thought we'd see another one of these guys. It is another infantry... I'm sorry, God, infantry? It is another cavalry unit commander for the Regal Guard, and it's the pose where he's holding that scepter thing out. I honestly thought we had seen the last of those. Can't believe there's still more. And here's another one. And let me guess, here's another one. Yep. 3 more of those guys. All right, we're peeling into the next layer. What do we got? Holy cow. No way. I've got to be seeing things. Well, first of all, let's pull out all these mounted longbows, mounted archers, because we have a whole bunch of archer cavalry here. Should total up to 20 again as usual. 20 figures of each unit type per army. But once we pull out all of these ranged cavalry, we will then have something else that, again, I just can't believe there's still more of these mounted infantry. Oh, I can't, why am I? I've been at this for what, almost 4 hours now. So yeah, I am like losing my mind. Mounted unit commanders with the scepter sticking out. We saw a ton of these probably 2 hours ago. Isn't it nuts to think that we've been unboxing these figures for nearly 4 hours? Like, is that not insane? When you have a package, you open the package and you got what you got. It normally takes 5 seconds. Or if you got a lot of stuff, it may take 10 minutes or something to peel through all the packaging. We have been at this. Granted, I've been distracting myself constantly this entire time. But but we've been unboxing packages for nearly 4 hours. That just... Okay. And let's see. Look at this. Oh my gosh. These are gorgeous. Holy cow. I thought we had already seen... Maybe we haven't. These are Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice Heavy Cavalry. Look at that. Oh my gosh. This fuzzy resolution does not do this guy justice. And there's a whole bunch of them. Gonna be 20 of these guys too. Look at that. Does that not just scream Renaissance? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That is... Oh boy. Oh boy. And that's like what I was saying earlier about picking a unit to play the game with, and basing the decision to pick a unit on how it looks. Not necessarily just how it plays, but my gosh. Well, of course, heavy cav. We kind of dipped our toes into the heavy cav water earlier, but these heavy cav are just unbelievable in combat. So, you wouldn't go wrong choosing them, but I mean, they look amazing. So, even if they weren't the best, I'd still probably want to field at least a unit or two of them just to get their presence on the table because my gosh, when you have something that looks like this, that's just, I don't care who you are, that's impressive. But we also have some special stuff. Before we get to the special stuff, let's look at some of these other things. We have a couple more pack mules, which that was part of, I think, my second or third phase of this commission were these pack mules because I wanted just them for special scenarios and whatnot. And then, believe it or not, there's two more of these damn cavalry unit commanders with those scepters. I mean, there's gotta have been 30 of them. Is that a legal phrase in the English language? Gotta have been. Okay, now these two are where we're gonna start seeing I mean, all of this has been amazing, but look at this. This is gonna be truly amazing. Where do we start? Let's start here. Oh my goodness. So this is the warlord. Let me fix that axe very carefully. Oh my gosh, come on. I'm just bending it a little bit. I do not want it to break because unlike these other units where there are 20 of them, there is one. Just one of these because this is the unit warlord of the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice right here. You're looking at the commander of, I would say all of this, but this is a mix of both armies. But this is the warlord, the leader of the Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice, basically you personified on the battlefield. And my gosh, how outstanding. I don't still have the opposing warlord out here. Otherwise, I would stick them side by side. And then there's this. And I'll be brutally honest, I'm not entirely sure who this is. It looks like a noble. And you know what? I bet it is. Because I bet I probably picked up a command group and one of the command groups came with a noble, and instead of telling them, hey, I don't need that other figure in there, I just went ahead and let them paint it up for me. So yeah, I bet this is a prince or some kind of noble because that just looks absolutely gorgeous. Perfect for a scenario then. Boom. Excellent. So I mean, even though sure I commissioned all this, so obviously I should know what I commissioned, right? But still, as sad as it may be, there's still some surprises in there for me as well. These heavy cav, I'm sorry, these are amazing. Oh my gosh, those look freaking sweet. Oh my goodness, you guys, we are verging on 4 hours. We still have 5 boxes left. 5 boxes out of the what? I don't even know. 20 boxes or so? 1,100 figures. We still have 5 boxes left. And yeah, if you're looking at all the figures laid out here on this island and you're like, that looks like a large amount of figures, but it doesn't look anywhere near 1,100. Well, you'd be absolutely correct because I fill all the boxes back up with figures and set it off to the side. So apart from this overflow that you see here, there's another, 14 boxes surrounding me full of figures, just like I'm doing here. So, I mean, and I'll be honest, and I said this earlier, and if anyone's been here for any length of time. You've probably heard me say this 4 times, but I will be honest, I was kind of unaware of what to expect when, in terms of how to manage 1,100 figures. I mean, that just seems absolutely insane. But here's my explanation. And so, I mean, tune this out if you've heard me say it already. But my explanation, why are all these figures necessary? Well, this is for a custom tabletop miniature war game that I designed called Battlefields of Mana. In my game group, I love everyone who I play games with, absolutely, but I am essentially the provider. They'll play, to give them credit, they will play anything that I put down in front of them. However, they don't have collections of their own. Whatever they play comes out of my collection. So if I want them to ever play this game, I have to provide everything. You know, I've gotten dice for them, so they have their own dice if they brought their own dice, but even I would have dice for them too. But so that's why I have every possible unit combination for this game. So when they are able to play, you know, who knows at what point we'll be able to do that in person again. That they have every option imaginable. And because I plan on soloing this and doing battle reports by myself and stuff, I also want every conceivable option. Look at that. Look at this box full of cav. Are you kidding me? All right, off to the side. There's 14 other boxes as full as this off to the side. Oh my gosh. We'll take a look out when we're done. For anyone who actually sticks around till we're done, because we have 5 boxes left. I think, yeah. Then we will swing the camera around and show the stacks of boxes. Oh my gosh. So here's another thin one. And if you were here earlier, you'd know that I was like, oh, these thin boxes probably have, you know, movement trays or something in them. Oh no, these absolutely have figures in them. Okay, so what figures do we have in here? Oh my gosh. Yes. We have flail bearers for the lunar nights of the Obsidian Eclipse. So the Obsidian Eclipse lunar nights flail bearers. Oh, hell yes. I've been waiting for those. And some more infantry unit commanders for the Regal Guard. But that's not all. Yep, so here's just a whole bunch of these flail bearers. Now, we haven't actually talked much about flail bearers. So what are flail bearers and why are they a unit you may want to choose in Battlefields of Mana? Well, let's take a peek. Flail bearers have 3 attack dice apiece. I know there's probably no way you can see this with how poor the resolution is. Armor 2, movement 4, initiative 3. They also have assault and frenzy. They cost 4. Now 4 points is a little on the higher end. But why does this guy cost 4 points? Well, of course, it's a unit of 6. So a unit of 6 of these guys, why does that cost 4 points? Well, again, initiative 3. Highest initiative bonus in the game is 5. So initiative 3 is right there in the mix. Additionally, 3 attack dice for every figure in that front rank. So that's 9 attack dice, but that's not all. They have frenzy. As you might imagine, a flail bearer would have frenzy. Frenzy is an ability that states, in the first round of melee combat, Every figure in the front rank gets 1 extra attack die. That's right. So in that first whipping the flail around melee combat round, 12 attack dice. These guys are rolling 12 attack dice in the first round of close combat. Not only that, they have Assault. The Assault special ability, if you recall, the Billman we looked at earlier had Assault. Assault is 6s explode. Every 6 you roll, you get another die. And even those dice can explode. So these flail bearers are rolling 12 dice in the first round of combat. 6s explode. Are you kidding me? That is dice combat. Like, that's insane, the amount of dice that they're rolling comparatively to the other units in the game. That's why these guys cost 4 points for a unit. Because, my God. Yeah, you want to avoid them probably as best you can. All right, so let's see. Who else do we have here? All right, so we got a bunch of these flail bearers. And I'm, again, just absolutely in love with the idea, because rolling dice is the whole point of this game. Oh my gosh, who is this? This is a weird looking one. Look at this guy. He doesn't look like a soldier. This is another one of those guys that probably came in a unit with some other figures, and I have no clue who this is. Maybe a noble or something? So now we have a noble on horseback and also a noble on foot. Interesting. Oh my gosh, wait just a second. Who are these? I'm wrong. This is something completely different, because look at these. These are like, I don't know, townsfolk or something. I completely forgot. Again, I know this is kind of embarrassing, but just in the heat of impulsively commissioning all these figures, I kept throwing, unit codes at them. I was like, okay, guys, wave 2 of my commission. I now want X amount of these guys, these guys, these guys, these guys. And I was just going through their website, adding more and more. And so apparently at one point I added units of, like, I don't know what these are, just villagers. But hey, I'll say this, and as sad as it may be, it's kind of fun to come across something that I wasn't expecting. Okay, more flail bearers. But that's good, because I need more of those kind of generic things for scenarios. Like, use them as wound markers in a village. Say, you have this many turns before the village is overran, and you remove a villager every round to denote how many rounds it's been. So you can always use those kind of NPCs. More flail bearers. So there should be 20 of these guys. I don't need to show every single one. All right, and then there's 4 boxes left. Oh my gosh. But those of you who are sticking around till the end, you are going to see the big boys. You're going to end up seeing the siege engines, the monsters that you can hire, I guess is the right, I don't know, is that the right word? Or a recruit, I guess. You can recruit monsters into your army. Here's some more infantry unit commanders for the Regal Guard. So, and that's what all these are. These are all just infantry commanders for the Regal Guard. And they're in a couple different colors. Some are orange, red, green. I'm glad they kind of mixed it up a little bit like that to make them a little different. All right, boom. So we still have 4 boxes left. Let's open this one. And then we just have 3, I believe, 3 more boxes, and they all look like this. And why is this amazing? Because the big boys are in here. All right. God, we've already made it back around to the shouting sounds again. You know what? Okay, let's just go back to this one. This is like a nice peaceful one. Okay. Whew, all right. You know what? I think we're going to make it. We're going to make it unboxing 1,100 figures before midnight. Oh my gosh. I'll admit, I was worried at first, but I was doing a lot more talking in the early stages of this. Okay, who do we have this time? Well, we have a bunch more of these freaking unit commanders. Not that I don't like these guys, but they're definitely the least exciting. Look at this. We're going to get through this box super fast if that's all they are. Oh no, oh my gosh, we're about to see something really cool. But here's just another peek at some more infantry unit commanders for the Regal Guard. You can see they have some blue, some red. So that's kind of cool. But overall, these are very bland, just sculpts. Very bland. Well, I mean, and that's not terrible, I guess, but they have just I don't know what kind of shield you call it. That's not a kite shield. It's something else. I can't remember. And a sword and just some armor. I mean, it's a decent figure, but it's very. After I've seen like 100 of these, I am over it. Okay, but here we have Marauder Slingers. Oh, that's right, for the third faction. You've heard me talk about the Regal Guard. You've heard me talk about the Obsidian Eclipse. These are the Bandit Marauders. And so these are slingers, and I can't remember if I just called them slingers, skirmishers. The official name for these slingers are Marauder Skirmishers. Oh my gosh. Absolutely love it. So happy to see them join the fray. Is there anything we haven't seen yet? Tons and tons of slingers. As there should be. There should be 20 of them. I know, that's going to be my job next. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. Is counting everything. More Marauder Slingers and some Regal Guard Flail Bearers. I think we saw some of these earlier, but now here's another set of Regal Guard Flail Bearers. Oh, yeah. Loving those. So there's just 6 more of those in there, and that's it for those. We are down to the last 3 boxes, and these, and again, I haven't seen what's in these, so I'm just assuming the siege engines are in here, the monsters are in here. Let's run down this list and make sure we've seen everything so far. So we've seen peasant militia, swordsmen, axemen, flail bearers, men-at-arms, spearmen, halberdiers, bidowers, archers, crossbowmen, mounted militia, mounted archers, mounted crossbowmen, light cav, heavy cav. We have not yet seen the siege engine. We've seen unit commanders, warlords, and sorcerers. We've seen mercenary crossbowmen, mountain dwarves, frogfolk warriors, serpent sharpshooters, executioners. We have not yet seen the trolls. We haven't seen the owlbear. We haven't seen the giant. We haven't seen the manashard cannon. We have seen the bard, billmen, great swords, and border guards. We've seen the marauder overlord, the marauder sergeant. God, have we seen the Marauder Sergeant? I think so. Marauder Cav, Marauder Highwayman, Marauder Bowman, Marauder Thugs, Marauder Skirmishers. We've seen it all except for these monsters and the siege engine. So that should be, ideally, what's in this box. And there's 2 more of these after this also. Oh my gosh, here we go. What do we got? Oh boy, here we go. This is 6 months of waiting. Now these could be the pieces that are broken, if anything was broken, because I think these are multi-part models. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? This looks unreal. Oh my gosh. Hopefully through the crappy resolution you can see some of the detail on this catapult. I mean, just in real life, I can see the metal fixtures, the rope, the wood, the grain on the wood. Oh my gosh. This is better than I had even originally imagined. Because the only picture of that I had seen up to this point was this. It was a black and white, well, not black and white, it was just unpainted. It was an unpainted default picture of the catapult on the website. So that's all I've ever seen. I've never seen one of these painted, not even as an example. So for this to look like it does, oh my gosh, yep, this is unbelievable. Truly awesome. And the crewmen. So let's take a look at the crew. Oh, oh, is that what these other guys were that I thought were villagers earlier? Yes, these are actually catapult siege engine crew. I'm pretty sure. Each one of these catapults should have 2 crew. So that makes sense. Okay, now I get it. So, because they each have 3 wounds. So when they take wounds, you remove a crew, and then the third and final wound, you remove the catapult itself. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, that is just too cool. Catapult and 2 crew, and there are 8 of these. Oh, that's right. Because again, each army can have up to 4 of each unit type. And since there's 2 armies and 4 units possible for each, oh, that's right, that means 8 possible catapults. So let's hope that all 8 catapults are actually intact. And oh my gosh, I don't know if they did this on purpose or not, but if they did, I love it. Look at the different colors of wood, because you know there's 2 different kinds of armies. The Obsidian Eclipse army is a dark, brooding army. The Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice army is a lighter, more Renaissance army. And the fact that there are dark catapults and light wood catapults, oh my gosh. See, these are things that I didn't even request. So if they actually did that on purpose, that's freaking awesome. And then we have a bunch more crew in here, which we'll take a peek at in a second. And oh my gosh. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Here are some of the trolls. Oh my gosh. Here are the trolls. Yes, yes, yes. So trolls is another unit you can hire as, you know, part of the mercenary list of units. So you can recruit a unit of trolls. A unit of trolls are 3 trolls. Oh, that is freaking awesome. Okay, here are a couple more crewmen, and we've seen basically there's just 2 different types of crew. There's one holding the projectile and one, if you put him up to the catapult, he probably looks like he's about to maybe fire it or something. But honestly, when I first unboxed these, I thought these were villagers, but no, these are siege engine crew for the catapults. All right. We still have half of this box left to go, and then we still have 2 more boxes. Oh boy. Well, I think we are going to meet our goal of getting this done before midnight central. Who is this? Oh, no way. Oh my gosh. These are more catapult crew. However, they are done in more different colors. So that's freaking awesome. If that was also like, so those are, you know, catapult crew in lighter colors versus the darker purple colors to denote different origins. You know what? I don't think there's a, no, there, I was going to say, is there a banner bearer for the crossbows? But no, I'm pretty sure there's not. Here's another little catapult crewman. Okay. So we have a bunch more crew. Here's a 3rd troll. So now we have a full unit of 3 trolls. I mean, look at how big the trolls are comparatively to like a catapult crewman. Oh my gosh, I would hate to be him. Okay, so here's more trolls. Oh my gosh, and there's like 3 different poses of trolls. More catapult crew. Again, there should be a lot of catapult crew because we have 8 catapults. Each have 2 crew, so that's 16 crew members. And they look like villagers, honestly. So, I mean, they could easily double as villagers. All right, so here's some more. And you can see they're done up in different color schemes. Very nice. And you could use those as villagers, too, you probably. All right, so now I want to do a quick comparison of the trolls since we've just discovered there's 3 different poses. So here is what a unit of trolls will look like. And they have, so one has his hammer down below, one has his hammer over his shoulder, and one has a tree stump club. But that's what a 3 troll unit will look like. Yikes, good lord. And here is a unit of heavy cav. So, boom. Who would win there? That's a good question. Honestly, heavy cav costs 5 points, and trolls cost 7 points. So trolls cost 2 more points than the heavy cav. But trolls have, as most trolls do, regenerate. So they have the potential to heal wounds. They also have what's called Terrify, which Terrify makes their opponents re-roll successful hit wounds. Or not hit wounds, but hit like rolls. Oh, folks, this has been a journey, and it ain't over yet. All right, here we go. We're opening box, I don't even know anymore, box 19 or something like that. Here we go. We have 2 boxes left. This is the second to last box. What is in here? There should be more catapults. There should be more catapults and all sorts of things. Oh, God, who is this? Oh, my gosh. These are the crew for the Mana Shard Cannon. They're like dragon. They're like half dragon humanoids. But these are the arcane dragonoid crew for the Mana Shard magical cannon. And there should be 2, because that's a mercenary unit you can hire. Yep, so here's the other 2. Oh my gosh. Those guys just look freaking cool as hell just on their own. All right, what do we got? This is a Mana Shard Cannon. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Look at those crystals. Those Mana Shard crystals tied up, put on a cart, and activated by these dragonoid mages. Oh my gosh, these cannons are brutal. The Mana Shard Cannon, you fill it up by rolling a die, generating mana. It can generate up to 12 mana. That's a die per mana. And it's a flame template from the cannon to the other end of the board. Is that not absolutely insane? So every unit between the cannon and the other end of the game board takes as many attack dice as you've generated in mana, up to 12. So every unit in this cannon's path would take a 12 die hit. That is insane. And here's the other one. The other Mana Shard Cannon. Does that not just look so cool? I love the sculpt that these crystal shards were tied up with rope and set on a cart. Oh my gosh, that is cool as hell. And speaking of cool as hell, is here are the owl bears. That's right, it wouldn't be a fantasy game without the ability to recruit an owl bear on your side. Oh my gosh, that is freaking awesome. Owl bears are also incredibly powerful and relatively inexpensive. Owl bears only cost 5, yet they have 8 attack dice and fury. Fury means when a unit, or in this case a monster, is at half or less health, it gets +1 to each of its attack dice. So you get this owl bear to half health or less, it becomes furious, and all 8 of its attack dice are now +1. But not only that, owl bears also have brutality, so that means any attack dice they roll that don't pierce the defender's armor get a reroll. So, freaking awesome. That was owl bears. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. I see something pretty sweet. Oh, that's right. It is a giant. Look at this guy. I mean, his shield is a door. Is that not freaking awesome? You can see the hinges and the door handle. His freaking shield is a door that he ripped off some dwelling. Oh my gosh. So these giants, as you can imagine, are also incredibly powerful. Giants also roll 8 attack dice. They get +1 to those attack dice by default in melee. They have an armor of 3, which means only 4s or better can hit them. They have +1 to their defense dice and parry. So any dice that fail to defend get re-rolled, and you get to keep 6s. He also has collision, just like heavy cavalry. If he moves into contact with another unit, that unit takes d6 collision hits. And he has the catapult ability. So he basically picks up like a boulder or something nearby and functions as a catapult, where you put a template over the unit you want to hit and, roll a scatter die. So the giant is not only incredible in melee, but he also acts as a freaking catapult in range. Is that not insane? Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay, and then again, there's 2 of all the mercenaries, because obviously we would want both players to have an opportunity to recruit. So here's the second giant. Oh my gosh, absolutely love it. All right, folks, here we go. We are down to the last box. We are approaching 4.5 hours. We've been unboxing these figures. Over 1,100 figures. And we're down to the final box. Now, I don't want this to sound anticlimactic, but I think this is probably just going to be a bunch of catapults, honestly, because there still should be 6 more catapults. All right, and here we go. Well, here's at least 4 of them. Oh my gosh. But honestly, they impress me every time I look at them. And can you believe these catapults made it from Scotland to Nebraska in one piece? Oh my gosh. That in and of itself is impressive. All right, so 4 more. Oh my gosh, what are these? I have no idea. I was like, did a piece break off of the catapult? But look at these. I have no clue what these are. Well, maybe we'll find out in a second. Maybe those belong to something else. I mean, they look like the rods that this arcane cannon guy's holding. I wonder what those are, though. That's so weird. Okay, so anyway, and there's more of them too. And they're individually wrapped. Like they were supposed to be loose. I have no clue. I'll have to look on the website and see what those are actually for. All right, so there was a surprise at least in this last box. All right, here we go. 2 more catapults, and it looks like they did purposefully do, because here are dark catapults versus light catapults. So it looks like they actually kept the dark versus light scheme, even though that wasn't something that I absolutely had to have. But the fact, because, you know, I just said, hey, I want a Renaissance looking army and I want a dark evil looking army. Okay, there's actually more than catapults in here. But there are 2 more catapults. So now that brings us up to 8 catapults. Can you imagine fielding the max number of catapults that you could, which is 8? I'm sorry, 4. 4 catapults. Catapults, siege engines, cost 6. 12 attack dice. They're all +1. It has an up to 18-inch range. Oh boy. But what are these? Oh my gosh. Look at this. We found more heavy cavalry for the Regal Guard. There was a whole bunch more in here. Well, these are probably some of the most gorgeous units, so I'm glad that we got to end with these. All right, here we go. Boom. Regal Guard of the Golden Solstice Heavy Cav. Can you believe it? Awesome. All right, folks, we've been at this for nearly 4.5 hours now, and we have unboxed with that last. Oh my gosh. I have missed like every single comment on here. Oh my gosh, for some reason, like I thought every time a comment came up, it would like pop up. So, oh my God, I feel terrible. I haven't like seen a new comment since like for the past 2 hours. And I thought no one was commenting, but now I'm looking at all these comments. Hey, Sal. Oh my gosh. Hi, Ben. Oh my God. I cannot believe I've been missing comments this whole time. I thought no one was commenting, but my feed just wasn't scrolling. Well, great. Now I'm going to have to scroll through and read all these comments. So I don't know how long, some of you have been sticking around with this, but you've now seen potentially over 1,100 figures unboxed. Let's see if I can take this off the tripod, because we got to do a roundabout kind of thing here. All right, so while I do this, let me see. Will you later have units with magical weapons? Yeah, potentially. I would love to do even a deck of item cards you might find, and then, or, buy and equip to unit commanders or other figures, so that they have that ability, that option. Oh my gosh, I can zoom in. Ugh, I don't know how good that looks. I'm discovering all these things. Oh, I want to zoom out again. Okay. So what else? Anyone know who we ordered these minis from? And I'm sorry. I know you asked me that like an hour ago. These are, again, all from Alternative Armies. They come unpainted, but I paid to have them painted. Yes, that is correct. How do I... Okay, there we go. Now we're zoomed out. Look at all this trash. All this bubble wrap in boxes. Okay, so here's a couple boxes that I've sat to the side, but the majority is over here. So yeah, we filled up all these boxes with figures and all these on the table. Look at this. This is insanity. Okay, so let's see what else we have. I probably should put this down so you don't get motion sick. Okay. Let's do something like this. Okay, now what do we have? I have all these like filters all of a sudden popped up. I don't want those filters. Okay. Where was I on the comments? Who makes the minis? Alternative Armies. And yes, they do have larger figures. I feel so bad that I'm responding to these comments an hour after they were made. Oh my gosh, I am so embarrassed. Yes, the Alternative Armies not only does 15 millimeter like this, but they also do 25, 28 millimeter, historic, fantasy, all sorts of different ranges. Yeah, I know some people aren't a fan of the small sizes. Rick, every time opening a box. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I know that's my I don't have control over not saying that. So it's 100% yeah. Every time I see something, I just absolutely lose my mind. Yep, there were monsters. YouTube stops after 4 most of the time. Well, we're at 4.5. God, I hope this all gets up there. It's not even figures, it's hologram disc. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. We're box 30 with 784 to go. 50 boxes. Who's the company that painted them? Yep, it was all Alternative Armies. Can you believe it? Manufacture it. 9 of. Did I say how much it all cost? Essentially about $3,500 because we have 1,100 figures. It was about $3 a fig. Of course, some cost more, the bigger ones. Some cost less, but it was about 3,500 altogether. What about dinner? Yeah, I did. I made sure to eat dinner before I started unboxing all this stuff. They look 20 millimeter, right? Well, especially this. I mean, look at this. This is actually an elf, high elf cavalry, but I'm using it as a regal warlord. And just even compared to like a regular cav, I mean, look at how much bigger that horse is. So some of these fantasy, and these are all from different ranges. They have historic ranges, fantasy ranges, but even within their fantasy, they have a couple different kinds of fantasy ranges. But yeah, when you compare some of their historics to the fantasy, you can see definitely a scale creep. These are all called 15 mil, but some are definitely more truer to being 15 mil than others. Nearly 3 a.m. for you. Damn, that's going to be what it's going to be for me eventually before I'm done here. Midnight. Yep. Let's see. Horizon Zero Dawn. No, actually, I did not back that game. Halfway through, how did I get so many miniatures? I feel so bad. I know, Dave. Like 2.5 hours ago, Dave said those frog folk are cute. I know, I freaking love those frog folk. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I missed all these comments. Like, I had my comment feed and I would click on it every once in a while, but I guess I needed to scroll down. I was stuck on one comment and I thought I wasn't getting any comments. Yes, these are all matte varnished, so they are protected. And they gave me the option gloss or matte. And believe me, you've never seen someone type faster than I did when I said matte varnish. I really do not like glossy looking figs. How heavy was the box? It was 30 pounds. Because these are all metal figures. It was 30 pounds of metal minis. Oh my gosh, a cat wrecked all their Warhammer figs. I know, I have no pets. Thank you for saying Merry Christmas. I do feel like Santa Claus sometimes. All right. That's right. If I was going to do an army, I had to do an army. I know, no one should own this many figs. I mean, just imagine though, these figures, over 1,100 figs, are all going to be in a display case. And I will probably, I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna say I'll do a video tour of it tomorrow when I get it all full, but I still want to make new ones of these, new identification cards with updated pictures on them, and they'll be on little acrylic stands next to the units in the case. And that's going to take me a while to do these. So I may not do the video until I have all those name tags done. Absolutely, there are wizards and sorcerers and magic users in these armies. Yep, the crescents are definitely hand painted. Yeah, I know. Video game streamers are definitely on here longer. Typical army size for this game, that's a good question. Now that I have these figures, I'm going to be creating sample armies. And believe me, I'll have video battle reports. And we will learn together what an average size army ends up being. Because I'll play a couple units against a couple units, but I'm not sure what the average size army would be. Because if you think there's 6 figures to a unit, and you probably maybe have 6 to 8 units is what I was thinking was average. So 36 to what, 48 maybe? That doesn't seem like a lot of figures, right? 36 to 48 figures plus some, but of course that's for one army. If you want uh, several different kinds of units to choose from, then yeah, you may want more than that. But my God, definitely don't get as many of these unit commanders as I did. There's no way I need that many unit commanders. Age of Empires 2. I know, that's why I love these little figs, because it reminds me of a real-time strategy game. Yep, I miss the old 1990s Warhammer Fantasy. I have hours of bubble wrap to play with. Oh my gosh, my carbon footprint is not going to be too good. Yep, that's for damn sure. City guards for D&D. Yes, that's exactly what I love too, is when you have generic figs. You know me, I love city guard. 2 weeks from now. How the hell is my cell phone data bill so high? God, I know, right? Thankfully, I have unlimited data. I can't believe I forgot to hook my phone to Wi-Fi though. Just out of curiosity, did they make skeleton minis? Okay, there we go. Yep, we're back now to the last one that I saw. All right, fantastic. I know. Imagine who had to paint them all. Yeah, believe me, there was a team of Scottish artisans, is how I am referring to them, who painted all these figs. Okay, folks. Oh my gosh, we've been at it for a long time, but I appreciate all of you who stopped by live. I don't care if you just popped in to say hello. I appreciate you. Um, those of you who end up watching this after the fact, thank you so much. This was an absolute blast. Believe me, there's a ton more content to come. Now it's time for me to clean this up, get these figures all laid out in their units to take one massive picture. All right, folks. Thank you so much for watching. I do truly appreciate it. We're going to end it here. And until next time.